Myanmar, though, will respond towards the mid. Nico in trouble. Rough race pop. That's going to be revitalized. Committed not to save Gatot Kacha's life, though. That's going to be Shinra now in trouble. King Flash will find a double. Very nasty angle. Hillary there. The top two-man from the side of Madeira. Oh, not enough to take any members now. That's a wave of Dragon finding Tay. As Juno finds to maintain its pressure in the mid lane. Fairy Tail in trouble. Ficker.
Base down to the Lord, making its way up top.
Oh,
Look at the
my
shots.
Goodness. That's just practically one shot. Shinshira. That's going to be again Myanmar applying pressure. Lord is still much in top lane. That's going to be Timor Leste.
Oh.
Airborne. The Petrify connects. Ladies and gentlemen, it will not just be a win. It will be a wipe out. And Myanmar takes. Myanmar can take this fight now. Monster Talker Pop. Seems like with Fist Crack, Fairy Tail will be deleted. It seems like they beg to differ.
Oh no!
Defensively.
Top lane, they're going.
Off for their airstrike. Yu. Oh my goodness, Shinra this time will fall. That's gonna be Yuhu now very low. Applying more pressure. And their airstrike is okay, very low. That's gonna be Yuhu canceled out. Looking for a kill. That's going to be another kill for Myanmar. And ladies and gentlemen, it was 10:30 for game one. Seems like it might get the top lane turret.
12,000 gold ahead under the 7-minute mark. They'll just jump onto the base turret. The kick is there, but look at that. Once again, Shieldheart will fall. Zing unleashing. They want to end the game even before they have to worry about another object for Cambodia as they lock on the base already. What can Guam do? They're throwing everything they can. Charge the new wild charge, basically. It's still a charge. Oh, Zito. I'm not sure if that's really the way you want to go here. Look at the damage. Zucano Zen out after a couple shots, gonna get frozen in the tracks too. And so good guy Cambodia, they give them a little bit of time to wait for this. That's respect right there. Final slash into the frigid glacier. Again, there's not much you can do when you're this far behind. Cambodia will go ahead and do it the right way with respect. They'll clear that out. The Lord was gone. They knew what happened here, and Guam, facing the obstacle that is Cambodia, will not be able to withstand it. It's
And gentlemen, welcome back. It is going to be the finals day of Iesf Men's Mlbb. It is time. And it will be me, Gani, with Nice to Man. How are you doing?
doing good, man. There's a ton of things going on today. I feel like, it's like we have our Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers here to round it up today. There's a bunch of other competitions going on right now. So all our viewers out there, Gani, they're going to have all the pickings when they want to decide what they want to watch. But again, I know today is going to be a fun day, especially because we've got some great matches up ahead of us, because the last couple days, I felt like it was and this is more so the case with a lot of the developing teams or developing nations out there are still looking to improve, their game, the game sense and their play styles and strategies and everything else. And a lot of the streams that we've had online past few days have been like powerhouse teams versus, one of those teams that are still trying to like kind of get developed here and figure things out. And some of our matches have been one-sided. Now today, I feel like that's going to be different, Gani. I feel like today is probably the day that we'll have three games, man. Because as we look at the groups here, this is what I'm talking about. We're going to be covering Southeast Asia for you guys here on the final day for men's.
And I think we only have 4 teams left, right? It's going to be the Philippines, Myanmar, Indonesia, and as well as Cambodia here that we are most likely going to cover. It is going to be confirmed that we are going to cover the Philippines versus Cambodia match, and this is going to be the overall look of the group. Central Asia, we got East Asia as well, and we also have South Asia. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned about the teams that is the powerhouses teams. Yeah, I think I agree. I think now that is the teams left. Those are the teams left, and we might see a full game here. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't know, it will still be a best of 3, and there you have it. It is official. We are going to see the Philippines and Cambodia, and whoever wins it will meet either Indonesia and Myanmar. How do you feel about the 2 matches in store, man?
It's unfortunate we won't get to see Indonesia versus Myanmar live, because I think that's also going to be a phenomenal match. Same thing with Philippines and Cambodia, though. Again, these are familiar faces, between the players themselves. A lot of them just recently saw each other out in Riyadh, most recently for our last international Mlbb tournament at MSC. And, that's the thing. Yeah, I guess it's more so of how did they change things up at that point. Now, I know, for Philippines specifically, we had different Philippine teams there, but one of the main thing is again, this is no stranger to this lineup for Philippines against Cambodia, who has, I would say, overall improved, time and time again. Every single time you look at, for example, Cambodia and Myanmar, they're always a region that you really have to watch out for all their teams, not just specifically who's here competing in Iesf right now, but their play style is what makes them so exciting to watch. It's a little bit, sometimes it's a little, a bit of a coin flip, I would say, sometimes for Cambodia, but they had some of those changes coming in before the most recent international. And I feel like that's where we got to see them very fluidly, because we get to see them play this first match against Philippines, and I think that's what they're going to need to go ahead and make that happen. Again, I will say that I personally think, this is a personal opinion, that a lot of these teams that we've seen play on stream, we haven't got to see that true test yet, but I feel like this is going to be it. The 2 matches that we get today on stream will be the matches where we actually get to see these teams truly tested. I would say that even for the Philippines here, because Cambodia has looked really good in their previous matches.
Yeah, I think spot on there. I think I do agree with the improvements from both Cambodia and Myanmar, right? As we all know, Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, they are still the favorites in Southeast Asia, but you can't count Cambodia and Myanmar out, especially in this current patch. I believe the coin flip gameplay, game plan, whatever, was it do they prepare for it or not? But I think it supplements their game style, all right? Just a flip coin. They like to take risks, bold movements, bold maneuvers, and perhaps against Philippines.
Are you heads or tails, Gani?
I like heads, man. I like heads. What about
like
you?
heads? You going heads?
What about you? I like heads, man.
I like
can't
tails,
lie.
man. I like tails.
Okay.
I'm a tails guy. I'm a tails guy.
Okay. Okay. I'm a
Sorry.
heads guy. I'm a heads guy. Hey, no worries, man. But yeah, Philippines again, stronger team, stronger opponent on paper, but we gotta remind you guys that if they do get overzealous, remember it's just the best of 3, right? Okay, if you lose out one game, maybe you can bounce back, maybe you can recover, but if you lose another, that's GG, man.
Yeah, the best of 3 format, of course, is a little, it's a little precarious for some teams because I feel like there are specific teams that play better in a best of 5 or even the best of 7 if they really have that opportunity. Both these teams are familiar with these, more of the, I guess, like high stakes in a way, because best of 3, you only really have, such a small amount of time to be able to adjust from game to game. And if we think about it right now, currently, Gani, with a lot of the teams that we've seen play, the strategies that have come through, they've been rather quick games. I'm not 100% sure what our specific average game time is here for Iesf, but it's got to be under it's got to be around the 15 or under mark. We've had some really quick games, even a 7-minute game from Indonesia that we saw like on day 2, I think it was. We also had another quick one where it was around, I think, the 8.5-minute mark, which was yesterday. We were casting that, and that was Cambodia. So it's like, you have these really quick games. In general, a lot of the games have been ending off of those first Lord pushes even, or perhaps the second one, just because of how much of a lead that our on-stream games have, the teams that have won it have been able to get. So I think this basically tells us, like, what can we expect with, in this case, where it's Philippines and Cambodia, who both can play that style, but if they have to roll it back a little bit and to just go ahead and make it a slower game, they're capable of doing that too. I would also kind of throw it out there when we do eventually get to the draft for this matchup for Philippines and Cambodia, is I feel like both these teams would even pick up the Angela here. Now, we saw the Angela a couple days ago. We saw how devastating it was with the Baksha. And so that is a hero of contest, I feel like, for both the teams here.
Yeah, I think when you mentioned the Angela, at least when you mentioned the Baksha here, it is definitely still a priority. But let's welcome the official team lineup. Angel, Saison, we got Urigo, we got Requitiano, and we got Canon.
Dude, you pronounce that way better than me.
How did I do?
You do that. You do it better than me, man. I can't even roll my R's. So I say Requitiano.
Requitiano, but yeah, I hope I did it justice. But on the other side, we got to also mention. I'm gonna mention the power from Cambodia, man. Against the 5 teams that will be deployed from the Philippines. Again, they are still stronger on paper. But what do you think Cambodia can bring to the table, man?
Well, Cambodia, again, is consisted of Opie, Detective, Singh, Wadu, and Boxy. Again, the boys that are also known as CFU Gaming. And, I think what we can expect is just to play their game. Their game is really fast-paced. They like to go ahead, end games quickly, like we saw in the previous days, but also just draft in a way that allows them to go ahead and play around the mid lane trio, which we talk about so much. Detective especially is really good at just being able to maintain his own presence in the jungle. And then even so, like the fact that Boxy came back in for this lineup of even CFU Gaming back in the recent international, he was back in for that, because he wasn't playing in, if I remember right, it was M6. But him coming back into this lineup and then allowing things to be this way and this roster here seems like they found a really good synergy. It seems very smooth. Like the way that they play, the way that they rotate around the map is really where the highlight is. And even for the Team Philippines, they do the same thing. That's why, again, I'm saying like this is going to be such a good matchup, because it's a caliber match that you see on the biggest stages for Mlbb Esports. And now we get to see it here online for Iesf Asian on Oceania Qualifiers. Now, it would actually be a huge thing if Cambodia defeats the Philippines here too. Because remember, Philippines is their goal is to go off and get another ISF championship if they can, right? Cambodia has been wanting to do that time and time again. They've always gotten close to getting to that qualifier, to moving forward and everything else. And I think they're in a good position to be able to at least take it to the 3 games here against Philippines. Again, Philippines is a team that has been playing cleanly over in the professional league, but also here too. So it's like, this is the true test, I feel like, for Cambodia. I would still go ahead and put Philippines up there as the team to beat throughout all the Southeast Asian teams. But Cambodia has looked good, like I said. So I hope we get to really see what the draft idea is going to be for them. I think that's the main thing for any of these teams that we watch play today.
Yeah, I think I agree. Looking by the performance, at least performance-wise, like Philippines has yet to drop a game so far. So they're looking very strong. They're looking very sharp. But on the other side, Cambodia, likewise, right? They have their own style. They bring their own unique flares as well. They like to play towards that early game as well, which I'm sure Philippines are aware of. Now, how do they approach this match? Are they going guns blazing? Let's draft early versus early, or will they draft? Okay, I see that Cambodia likes to go on early. Let's just balance things out from the draft, right? Picking up the Bruno, picking up the Moscow, perhaps just to secure more map control, or perhaps, hey, you like the Baksha, we can go for the early game as well. But I do feel like the Baksha should be banned here in this match. I don't think we will see a Baksha. It's just too prio, man. Can be flex. When you pick up a Baksha, that Angela, that support is always available as well. So it's just a nuisance. But hey, let's see.
This is where the question goes into also, Gani, that we've been asking throughout all of the qualifiers here has been, what's the trade going to be for the jungle? Are they either going to pick up the Lancelot or the YSS? Is that going to be traded out? I think it always starts there, to be honest. I think for a lot of our current compositions right now that we're seeing, it's really of what team gets to either take the YSS or the Lancelot. The teams that eventually ban that out, then it becomes of, okay, is the CC going to go through, for example? Is the Uranus still there? Because remember, we have also seen so far the crazy things that Uranus and the XP lane can still do for teams, you know? It's been great to see the Eve pop up again. I mentioned this with the recent kind of like not hot fix, but like mini baby patch that we had here a couple days ago, where Eve's damage was also increased, and felt like that was good because you still have that typical competition between the Farsa and the Eve, and we actually saw like a 1v1 setup last night where Eve was going against the Farsa dropping down the feathered airstrike, and the Farsa actually lost in terms of damage. I think maybe one feathered airstrike might have been missed, but nonetheless, mid lane needed to be shook up, and it has, because now you have some of the surprise picks we've seen, like the Lunox, come through. Of course, the Kagura has been popping up even in the professional leagues. Aurora from Indonesia, I think, is another top pick being, well, not top pick, but a pick being brought up in the mid lane. And so I think that's the thing. It starts with the jungle contention, and then we have to see where that goes from there. But honestly, I just can't wait to get to the draft, man, to see what we have, because even now, as early as now in our professional competitive seasons, we have some of that development of happening in the meta. You mentioned this before too, Gani, like you guys have seen some pretty fun picks already over there in Indonesia.
Yes, we got Sun Gold Lane. Also responded with a Lapu Gold Lane as well. So that was very, very interesting, very specific. Of course, we saw Beloyski with his signature Helkert as well. So yeah, I mean, it was a crazy week 1 for MPLID, but will it show? Will that uniqueness show again today? Especially they're technically in the semifinals here, Naisu. So if we talk about heroes, we saw the Minsithar being picked up. We saw the Kadita alongside the Cho paired in that mid roam as well. That was very, yeah, exactly, the chip. It was so popular like 6-8 months ago. not so popular now, but it seems like some teams or maybe specific situation that chip is proven to be a viable option.
Oh, well, here we go. We've theorized quite a bit,
Sir. Yes, sir.
and it comes down to this. We've seen some good things here for the past few days when it comes to the draft here, so we'll see exactly if what we've been talking about, especially the jungles, the jungle trades or the XP trades happens here. Interesting too, you know, one of the teams that always gets targeted banned for the Fanny is the Philippines here. So that Fanny will be banned out. I could see even a CC being banned. There goes the Kalea. I expect a 1-1 still too. 1-1's probably going to be taken out. It's been funny because a couple times the 1-1 slipped through Gani, but teams didn't choose to play it. So, you know, that I guess I don't know how OP 1-1 really is if some teams just don't want to pick it up. But here goes the Lancelot too. So this might be the opener for the YSS, man.
YSS still on the board. Baksha is also still on the board here. But Cambodia, seems like their approach for their first two bans is just going to be the assassins, right? They do not want to give room towards, they just want to limit the junglers. And it seems like Philippines now, they're taking their time here on what the last ban is going to be. Zushin comes to mind here. Sometimes banned out. You mentioned the 1-1 as well. I'm sure the Philippines can definitely rock that 1-1 if it goes through.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, it's gonna be CC. I was gonna say either the CC or the Jushin. 1-1 might slip through actually with this, depending what Cambodia wants to do here. The Uranus could be open. Basically, there's just going to be a lot of good choices here, Gani. That's the main thing. And I think Philippines was doing this to go ahead and trade to get the YSS, though. So if Cambodia doesn't ban it out, I almost expect them to take that first pick. But they would end up trading that for potentially even the Farsa to go to Cambodia and then, you know, anything like the Phoveus or what have you here. So that's why these last couple bans are taking a little bit longer. Because at this point, the teams are also, and their coaches are like, okay, we're going to most likely trade this for to trade this, you know. So Cambodia will go for the Jushin. So do we see the YSS, or if they don't take it here and they take something else, then they're basically, Philippines is basically saying we have the answer for the YSS.
I think they're taking a risk here, right? The YSS is definitely open, but they do have a trade with the Baksha. Keep in mind that is somewhat a favorable trade because you can get the Angela, which just supplements
Baksha
your
Angela,
rotation. Baksha Angela again. So now they're asking a question here towards the Philippines. What are you going to prioritize, or will you prioritize neither? Will they pick up like the Phoveus, or perhaps will they pick up a mid laner, perhaps?
Taking the time here, Philippines. They are gonna go Baksha. Right, so they do go with the Baksha. This is what you were mentioning, Gani. So it is a safe. At this point too, it's safe because you also get to go ahead and deal with, well, because of his passive, like you get to go ahead and deal with some of that sustainability that some lineups are built around right now. But also just the rotational speed that he gets because he can move around the map quick enough. So I don't know if Cambodia wants to. I don't know if Angela will be picked up or prioed by Philippines in the first phase, but it's definitely going to be a consideration here for Cambodia at this point. They could take. They'll take the YSS. That's right, the YSS being open. They'll take that. Now, do they go Phoveus or they lock in the XP laner now?
They might lock in the. Oh, okay. Okay, they want to lock in a hero that can rotate fast with the wings by wings, has burst power as well. It's a risk though, right? Whenever you see a Farsa, it's just an easy target for either the EXP, even the Baksha from certain angles. Now the Philippines, will they flex that Baksha? Will they flex that Baksha towards Rome? Like seeing Farsa, it's just an easy assassin pick. Or do they want to go for the comfort route? You know what? Let's not take risks. Let's go for a Baksha jungler. That's the way I see Philippines could do. But yeah, if they do want to go for the natural counter, the Gatot Kacha is still on the board, which can be a nuisance. All alongside this Selena, they do flex the Baksha.
That's interesting. So they are going to put the Baksha elsewhere, which makes sense because with the Selena locking in, Baksha and Selena alone, as Baksha roam, gives you so much information. Like, you're able to go ahead and even capitalize on the information that a Selena is going to provide, to go ahead and either land after the arrows land, or the traps are triggered. Then the Baksha can go ahead and put pressure there too. So, very interesting. This is not a typical like first phase that you normally see though, right? So,
Yep.
that's the play. The Harith is going to be the answer from Cambodia. So they're going to go ahead and probably narrow down maybe one of the gold lane options. It's so weird, Yanni, because like this is one of the rare times again where 1-1 is ignored. It doesn't get banned yet. I think even for Cambodia, they might still have to use one on a gold lane and then potentially XP. Oh no, there's the gold lane one. So they'll take out the Granger. Because I don't know what could make this even stronger here for the Philippines. If they go with like a Lapu Lapu, for example, or if they went with a Uranus in the XP lane, that gives them a lot of durability up front.
I like the Lapu Lapu pick. Again, you mentioned the Lapu Lapu being the strongest EXP laner, and I see your point now against a Farsa. Just makes sense. My only problem with the Lapu pick is just that Harith, right? Late game, when Harith gets the Holy Crystal, perhaps, that Lapu can be vulnerable, quite vulnerable. So now, the way I see it, Cambodia, they should just lock in or ban the Moskov out, because that is going to be a handful. Going up against a Moskov, just full control on that far lane, and doesn't really allow the roster from side of Cambodia as of now to shine when there's a hero just pushes split lane.
Okay.
Oh wow.
I mentioned the Lapu Lapu, right? So
Yeah.
I expected Cambodia to go ahead and focus in on one of the XP choices. Blue seems to be the other one that Philippines will take out. So XP lane for both the teams is going to be interesting. Now, again, the technically the Baksha could be flexed into the XP. So it's a Phoveus for Cambodia. This will tell us 100% where the Baksha is going. A couple teams have done that where the Baksha would be XP. I'm just assuming it's going to be Rome, especially since we have that Joy there. So gold lane here, Moskov. You want to go Moskov?
You can.
You also have, well, a special would be like the Claude for Recutiano.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he wants to bring that here. Maybe also the Bruno, as those seem to be some of the heroes that are usually picked up. But Moskov could also just be a play where it's like, all right, we need something to put pressure across the map. You know, so we'll just put pressure here. We'll allow ourselves that potential to split and push if we have to. So, yeah, there it is. Moskov and the Esmeralda.
Oh, it's going to be some sort of a pick-off style here from side of Philippines, right? You imagine the Shield Unity crashing onto one and then followed up with an arrow from Selena. So they want that crowd control chain, and then Joy. In a perfect world, Joy would connect and just burst a member or two down. And for Cambodia, I like their area of effect, which I feel like is lacking here from side of Philippines. A lot of single locks from the side of Philippines, but from the side of Cambodia, they have a lot of AOEs, which definitely can be beneficial during Lord takes, during turtle fights. But then again, let's see, the Phoveus against the Esmeralda fight is really not favorable for the Phoveus early game. So definitely to keep an eye out for the EXP lane matchup.
Okay. Interesting how things ended up here, but even the Gattacacha, man, we're not used to seeing that picked up like last, you know?
No.
A lot of teams like to go ahead and prioritize that early, but this is what we've got. And I think for Cambodia's lineup, it is a good lineup. You know, this is something that I feel like has great early game if they can with the YSS and the Farsa, but then they can also get to the late game against Philippines. And I think this is one of those games where we won't see a sub, 14-minute game unless something completely goes wrong.
Yeah.
For one of the teams here, Gani, because both lineups are solid from early to late game. Usually, Selena's, they fall off if you can't capitalize on the arrows. So let's see how they do.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you to the Land of Dawn for our first game of the semi-finals. It's going to be Cambodia taking on Philippines. Who will strike first?
Well, I don't know. With this kind of lineup, man, I honestly think Cambodia has a good pressure to be able to strike first. You can see how much pressure, though, Boxy's doing to Saison here, just on this side of the jungle. So, but yeah, with a Farsa, and a YSS, I think you're really capable of getting that first blood if you can. If they decide to just cool it off, though, and like keep things together into the first objective, then they'll have to just dodge arrows. As long as they dodge those arrows and they win the retry, Cambodia would be fine in the early game.
Yeah, again, this is going to be very, very, I guess, just critical in the early game here. Both teams now just taking it slow. Boxy, though, quite poked, and that's not good. That's going to be arrow landing. Oppie forced to use that flicker, and Revitalize popped as well. So 2 spells already triggered here by Philippines.
Man, he wings by wings, and he went back to the Revitalize, but that's what I was saying. I was like, the main thing is they really have to watch out for the arrows, because that's the, that's always the move. Whoa, mid lane?
Mountain Shocker doesn't really help you. That's going to be Detective going down. That was the recovery, the backup from the Philippines. So fast, so swift, but yet so deadly.
Okay. As I was going into it, I was saying, that's the main thing. You got to just dodge those arrows. The arrows being the hardest part about this lineup if you're Cambodia. But as I say it, he lands another.
Arcangel, so deadly on the Selena. It seems like already early invade from the side of Philippines. No purple buff for Detective. Not a good early game here for YSS.
Man, oh man. I mean, at this point, for Cambodia, it's really just... I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say it, man. Watch out for the arrows. Good response. Okay, that time they were ready. They were ready, Gani.
They were, and seems like they want more. Is this too ambitious? Saison pops the rhythm of beats. Oh, Oppie. No wings by wings. Great punish again from the Philippines.
It was a good response to make it there in time. And then, good catch, but still, at least Cambodia's on the board. They were dealing with that too much. It's too bad the kill didn't go over to Oppie, but that's going to be, nothing too big here. So, Zing, he dashed in, Secret Vision. He should get under the turret.
Not enough damages yet, though, but it's still the pressure right there. Damage testing, and it's like, it's enough, but not enough to be deadly towards Zing just yet. Let's see, though. It's a full reset here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a healthy lead for the side of the Philippines, and yeah, all mainly because of Arcangel on how he is able to just land those arrows again towards the right targets, towards the right time, and in the right timing.
This is pretty much a dead lane. I don't think we're going to see too much from the XP with an Esmeralda and Phoveus there. So rest of it is on pressure on the jungle and even down in the mid lane. That's why all the focus has been here, because not only is it because of the arrows, but that's just where you expect this action. Now, if they delay Oppie, that will have some effect, but ultimately a Farsa is always useful. Like, that's what I always say about Farsa. As long as you have a Farsa, like, your damage profile is always going to be pretty good with a Feathered Airstrike. If they can contest this turtle, it'll be great. Oh!
Boxy, very low AOG will connect. That's going to be, Detective popping here. In trouble. Will not be able to get away. That's going to be Boxy again going down. Oppie very low as Canon finds the flicker play. And that's just the members. Just more members falling. Arcangel will not survive as Zing finds the connection. But Canon again against the Phoveus under the turret. He does not care, as it is against just the Philippines finding the right trades.
They found the right trades through this too. I mean, again, for Cambodia, they're just trying to go ahead and scramble what they can and catch up to where they can. You can see the damage as well. Like, they are... That's not where you want to be with this kind of lineup. You know, your main damage dealers, even Detective, for example, really hasn't been able to do much. He does go for a play here. Okay, as soon as I say it, at least Detective will get one with the Mountain Shocker, but they're going to trade it out for the objective.
Seems like Wadu now caught stun. 3v2, not a good count there from side of Cambodia, but it seems like with reinforcements now, that's a great taunt. That's the AOJ. That's going to be the Esmeralda going down in the mid lane. Feather airstrike isn't able to connect to members, but yeah. By the way, Detective got a very important kill top lane towards Requitiano. So let's see, will that be able? Will they translate to the mid game to an okay mid game? Because that early game was a shocker. Now it seems like they want to fight onto, they want to fight more here. Unigo pops the revitalize. Mountain Shocker pops. That's the arrow landing, but Unigo will fall. Cambodia showing that they have more here in the mid game.
Hey man, they just completely switched on, you know, in the last minute and a half or two. Even with that arrow, you know, Wadu's going to be tanky enough to deal with that. And that's what I was saying earlier. The Feather Airstrike or the Farsight is always going to be of value. It took them some time to go ahead and get to this point, though, but especially for Zing, as he's been able to go ahead and farm up, this is going to be a different mid-game that you see here. Now, they did lose, you know, the 2 turtles. That's going to be nothing too crazy out of hands. What Cambodia wants to do now is start to use this power spike in the mid-game to start pushing down some of the turrets. Like, if they can go ahead and grab the tier 1s in the mid and top, that's going to be great for them in leading into that 3rd turtle, you know, the last one of the game here. But this has been the focus of the whole game, mid lane.
That's going to be the crowd control chain in the mid lane. Wings by wings, spent from Opie. Mountain Shocker, they want Canon. AOG doesn't land. Canon too fast there. Instead of even waste a spell. Now it's going to be Cannon again, just providing vision, just wasting resources. But Zeng jumps in, looking for an angle, force Arcangel to force his flicker. That's going to be Zeng in the front line, trying to deal damage. Cannon flicker is out of danger. That's going to be revitalized, buying enough time. But that's Cambodia just taking the objective in that turtle. So it will not be a perfect one for the Philippines.
Yeah, great play again from Cambodia. They fought, they kept it together, they got a kill, they got an objective, they got a turret. Now they might still continue to do this. You're noticing that they're rotating around together. They're securing a line. You know, they're cutting off the side of their jungle. Now they're going to make a play here for the mid. What are this Philippines going to do?
Oh, the damage, the burst damage, man, is more than enough to burst Esmeralda down. That's going to be Detective again, finding a kill on towards Unigo. Philippines on the back foot here in the mid game officially. They lost their tier 1 in the mid, and that's not good. More vision, more map control to play around with from Cambodia.
This power spike is just too good for Cambodia right now for the lineup that they have. You know, early game, it was about buckling in and making sure that they didn't have to get hit by too many arrows, which is what the problem was in the early game. But after that was fixed, you're now seeing Cambodia's lineup work as a unit. And that's what I was mentioning earlier. They're staying together because this is really difficult to fight for Philippines. Just because at this point, you know, the arrows aren't going to do what they were doing in the early game. They're going to set things up. You can see even for Arcangel, he only has the Enchanted Talisman, right? So what they're banking on is that damage to come through from Requitiano later on. This might be a fight they're going to take.
Under the turret, let's see, that's going to be Esmeralda, Detective, wow! Saison goes down alongside Detective, both junglers now out of the picture. Canon will not be able to escape. Now Wadu trying to hold on there, very low, revitalized by Unigo, trying to also buy time, but it seems like Requitiano and Arcangel will not be able to support. Great angling again, Cambodia. They know they are very strong on the team fights, and it seems like they're not hesitating.
Yeah, it's tough because even when you see that, it's like it's Philippines knowing we don't have enough damage. Recutiano was part on that side. He was on that side of the jungle, but with as tanky as, you know, Boxy and Wadu are, he knows that I can't sit here and auto attack and, you know, do the Mozkov things until I really have those items that I need. I'm not sure if he's exactly at the Trinity yet here, but they're going to be a little bit too late for this Lord, so I think it just goes in the hands of Cambodia.
Sodi almost finds the perfect timing there. And shout out to Uppy. He's able to rotate towards the bottom side to have that far lane control. Lord, Cambodia, and Philippines, they are forced to play reactively now.
Yeah, they are, and this is what I'm saying. You have to go ahead and give time to Recutiano and this Mozkov to build up. Not sure if we've seen the items just yet, but you can see Cambodia is locked in for the most part. The items that they need, the Holy Defense, that Holy Shield is going to pop. Feathered Airstrike will push Philippines back. But another big item pickup for Zing and Opie. Holy Crystal, now Divine Glaive. So this is that late game power spike now for Cambodia. That's why in the draft I was saying they're covered from start to finish for this. I'm not sure if they still get to push it into the base turret.
Gotta be careful. Zeng now finds an angle towards the front. Mountain Shocker doesn't really land. Saison, very bold. They're looking for an opening there. Doesn't really find the right connection, but seems like Cambodia is still holding on. 5 members still on the offense, and base turret-wise, they have defended from side of Philippines, so will they force the mid now? That's going to be the arrow landing. Oh, Feather Airstrike. Oh my goodness, Canon! Burst it down. AOG, not enough time. That's Detective, very low. And he's going to die. Ooh, the arrow, no. The trap did not do enough damage there towards Detective. And he is still standing. 3 members deleted, though, from the side of Philippines.
Man, Cambodia again, like I was saying, their damage is so good, especially when they're just either if they were defending or if they were being the aggressor. It's so good because of this. The Feathered Airstrike allows you to go ahead and push people away, push people off, or give you that minor advantage in terms of space to work with when it comes to the bases, right? Getting to the base turrets here. So again, Philippines has to go ahead and adjust from this because this damage dealt meter looks very different now than it did just about 5, 6, 7 minutes ago, you know? And that's the thing. This is what I was saying also in the draft, Gani. I was saying that Selenas are great, especially in the early game like we saw. But the problem is, once it falls off in the late game, that's where you struggle, Canon!
Oh, burst it down.
You're not going to be able to get away.
Exactly, man. Just burst it down. They know they have a lot of AoE, and seems like the Feather Airstrike at this point, level 13. Yeah, the cooldown isn't too long. So, yeah, I got to keep in mind, Philippines, whatever you show, Cambodia for now can punish.
Yeah, that's tough. You got to find yourself a way to withstand this amount of damage being thrown at you.
Very well. Right here, done. So top and mid eliminated. Cambodia, they're shifting their focus towards the Lord here. It seems like Philippines, where they will contest. It seems like they want to find an opening here with the arrows. Will it be enough though? They are under farm. They are under the gold. Cambodia taking it slow. 24,000 HP on the Lord. Unigo doesn't really find the angle there. No shield unity. AOG though committed. Doesn't really find the right opening. Wadu very low. The damage though will come through as Unigo now. And back falls. Recutiano falling the second member there. Not a good sign for the Philippines.
Oh, Arcangel is running too. He's trying to clear that mid lane to delay the potential push here, but Cambodia is like, we'll just get the Lord. And it's been every team fight, Connie. Every single team fight, Cambodia has basically won. Yes, they might lose 1 or 2, but, you know, no one's got to Zing. No one's been able to get to Opie. A lot of the times, too, is it's just the power of having a Phoveus and a Gatakacha. And then, of course, the YSS. Like, YSS provides you that information, but he's also kind of, like, that's what I was saying when we went to the team rosters or leading into that. I was like, you know, Detective is just really good at being able to handle his own in the jungle. As you see here, with why I was saying the YSS is probably going to be a big contender for both the teams, and you can see why it works so well with this kind of lineup. Now, Philippines, when you look at it, it's like, can they actually defend against this push? Their clear isn't that great. Requitiano is the majority of the clear, and maybe the joy, but they have to use things to defend here, like this.
Will crash. Oh, cannot eliminated. Now they can focus on the base, but Unigo falls as well. That's going to be Cambodia just sticking with 5. Base wide open, and ladies and gentlemen, we got a game. It's not for the Philippines, but Cambodia. What a shocker. They got the first game.
Great game for Cambodia. As I was saying, you know, Philippines was one of the teams to beat throughout Iesf, or just always is in the international. And Cambodia, as good as they are, came out swinging in game 1. Very impressive play, because you gotta be honest, they had a rough early game.
Yeah.
The early game for them was not what they wanted it to be. So props to them and Cambodia to be able to adjust that quickly, because they were dealing with so much pressure in the mid lane. And, you know, with a few adjustments and a few kind of, I guess, little mental checks of let's just avoid these arrows the best we can, then they got to this point. So, again, as we see from the highlights, that was the story. Philippines was actually doing really well in the early game, finding all the marks when it came to the arrow setups, but it was Cambodia to adjust really quickly. And I think Zing played a huge part in it too on the Harith. Like, this pick allowed him to, you know, win the lane and then transition into some of these team fights or skirmishes early on, and he was pumping out a ton of damage, man. I think he was at the top of the damage.
Was good preparation, man. Actually, they were able to stay composed, and after that mid-game part, like, it was just Cambodia controlling the map, controlling the fight. We mentioned in the draft that, hey, a lot of AoEs can lead to good team fights, and we saw that, right? Not hesitating, them making still bold moves with calculations, and Philippines with this a lot of 6, not a lot of AoEs, composition-wise, doesn't really favor them when 4v4, 5v5, and it's just the story. Cambodia just forcing big team fights till they destroy the crystal.
Yep, you can see it here too. Hey, I guess I was right about that. I said it wasn't going to be an under 15-minute game like we've seen for a lot of them. It was 15, 20.
Technically.
Yep, still the work, of course, for Cambodia, but, you know, they put in the work. It was mainly to just get past the early game, like I was saying. This lineup was great for them, though, too, just because, you know, the damage is true throughout the entirety of the game. Even if this went 18 to 20 minutes, the same story would have been for the lineup for Cambodia. It's great damage. It's great tankiness. You can soak up a ton of damage like we saw from Wadu and Boxy.
Mm-hmm.
And they were just really on point. And that's why the Harith for Zing was able to shine so much, because he had so much space to work with. You know, a lot of times he wasn't even the main focus, like, because Philippines really couldn't get past that setup potential. And if they really tried to, or we saw Requitiano try to adjust in the team fights, you know, that's where you're trying to dodge the feathered airstrike, but then also not get mountain shockered and everything else, you know? So really difficult for Philippines to get past that early game. But congrats there to Cambodia. Very strong game 1. And Gani, this is what I was saying. You know, you have it's a little dicey because it's a best of 3. So it's a match point for Cambodia now.
I mean, we saw this, right? If Philippines went maybe a little bit too ambitious on the draft, a little bit overzealous on the execution, they might drop a game. And ladies and gentlemen, it's official, right? They finally drop a game here in the IESF Asia qualifiers, and it's up against Cambodia, man. What a showing as well. What a display. I really like their draft. Unfortunately for the side of Philippines, they weren't able to translate that. Okay, early game they were ahead, but they weren't able to translate that towards the mid, where Farsa was able to. You know what? I think the composition, what they're lacking is just the burst power, man. I don't feel like there's enough burst from side of the Philippines. But that was the first game, Naisu. it's not over for the Philippines. I still believe that the Philippines can and will bounce back in the second game. Let's see adjustments coming through, not just from Philippines, also from Cambodia, who's leading. So after the break, we will get to see and witness game 2, and it will still be me and Naisu. Stay tuned. Right, see you right after the break. Hey, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? It is Cambodia taking the first game. In case you missed it, against Philippines, that was a convincing win from the Cambodian representative. Let's see the adjustments coming from both in game 2. It's still me, Gani, and Naisu here. How are you feeling, Naisu, after that first game?
I'm feeling good, man. I thought you were gonna ask them how they're feeling. You know how the audience is feeling out there. Yeah, I don't know. I guess for myself and maybe for a couple of the viewers out there, they'd probably be surprised at how after the early game,
yeah,
it was very one-sided for Cambodia in that game. They controlled the mid to late to the victory, and I think if I would have changed one major thing from the lineup from actually no, I almost would say maybe a 1.5 things, like 1.5 things.
Ooh.
Number one would have been definitely the Selena. The Selena, like I've been harping on the Selena even in the professional leagues, just because again a lot of teams are still picking it up. They're not really finding the success that they did in the past with it. It's weird because Selena is such a niche pick that really specific teams like to play, and there's great Selena players. I mean, Angel, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Few is a great, he was a great Selena player.
Angel.
But Arcangel, he's a great Selena player.
Yeah.
But like, there's just this thing about the current meta, man, where it's like, the Selena is great in the early game, but like late game, you're just throwing arrows out and maybe you do land some, but if you're too far behind, you don't have that threat or that presence that, for example, the Farsa does. And that's what I was saying. Your Farsa, you can die 2 or 3 times in the early game. It doesn't matter because your feathered airstrike is always going to be useful. It's always going to get a reaction from the other team to avoid it. And eventually, you're going to get those 1 or 2 items anyway on a Farsa, even if you have a bad early game, to then be a threat mid to late game. You know what I mean? So, and that's exactly what we saw in with Cambodia for game 1. So I feel like the Selena, again, serves a really good purpose, but we're seeing it fail a lot. The statistics, like the winning statistics of a Selena right now across like the majority of the international competitions or even in the local professional regions that we've seen, is not very good. So I think that would have been one of the main things. Again, having something that's a little more valuable from start to finish. And then, I don't know, it was tough to see, man. The Esmeralda, it makes sense, especially when you have like shielded up heroes across from you for Cambodia. But Canon just got blasted every time. You know, it's just like, it wasn't working. So I don't know if that's why I said 0.5. I'm not sure what else could have gone, because in theory it makes sense, you know. But this is good. Maybe this is a start right here, Gani. Just ban the YSS. Maybe they're trading this time for the Lancelot. Never mind, it's banned. Maybe the Baksha again.
Yeah, I think now it's not going to be a fair trade, because last game it was technically a trade with the Baksha and the YSS. Now without the YSS on the board, the Baksha can still come through, and with no clear answer, the Baksha can still be committed towards that jungler position. So they're asking a question now towards Cambodia. Are you going to leave the Baksha open still now the YSS is off the board? And you mentioned, or we mentioned as well, the 1-1, right? Not surfacing in game 1. Will it surface now? Big potential, big possibility that still. So it's still going to be the CC. Yeah. Cambodia now, what are they going to do? Are they going to leave the Baksha open still, or will they eliminate the Baksha? Because Baksha jungler is still definitely a threat.
Yeah, Baksha jungler, and like maybe they decide to play it in the jungle this time. Wanwa's open, so I don't know at this point. I think Cambodia, I think we still see them go with the Farsa for 1 if it's not taken here. I know Detective can play multiple different heroes in the jungle, like really well too. So I think even if they lose the Baksha here to the Philippines, it's not that big of a deal. Detective, like I said, he's been a very impressive jungler ever since we really got to go ahead and see him compete. But there it is. It's first picked, man. 1-1's open. So they're willing to go ahead and trade the Baksha if that's what Cambodia is going to do. I've been wondering why teams have slept on the 1-1 when it's open. Well, Rakutiano's not going to let that happen here.
Yeah, it does seem like the 1-1 will come through here. But yeah, will it be traded towards the Baksha with the Baksha here? Because yeah, it will. Baksha gonna be okay. So we will see both gold laners showing up here in that first phase. Both teams just showing their cards here. I still understand why the Moskov is just still a priority, right? The far lane control is very big, and the surprise attack when that SOD lands. We saw also multiple times that with the SOD can steal objectives, lords, turtles. So perhaps we might see that in this game as well.
I want to see if Philippines is able to go ahead and activate this 1-1 though, because I think that's what some teams are having trouble with. And why maybe they don't pick it up as early, but they are the ones with this experience specifically with the hero, so they'll take a glue and a Farsa. and to do exactly that. So it's funny because, yeah, Philippines, this first phase looks a lot better than the previous one, I would say. You know, just because, again, your grounds are covered with the Farsa simply. I already talked about that quite a bit. The 1-1, especially late game, they get there, will be able to provide enough damage and everything else. The glue is a great pick because just how sturdy he is and how durable glue is, but also, you know, it can help set things up once you go ahead and utilize bringing back, you know, members of Cambodia if they can. So Cambodia's got to think about this. They might pick up their XP lane here, or they might also go with the mid lane option, but might as well give the Phoveus back to Wadu anyway. He had a phenomenal game in the previous one. So yeah, XP lane locked in. Looks really good for both teams. And even Cambodia's lineup for this looks solid. I think what's going to really set it apart is what Rome goes. I almost expect Philippines to even ban out the Angela, potentially. Because it'd be way too much if there was an Angela with a Phoveus and a Baksha.
Yeah, again, we saw how menacing the combination of Baksha and Angela could do or could be yesterday as well. So yeah, I do expect that Angela will be on the radar, in the radar of Philippines. Seems like Cambodia, they will not deal they do not want to deal with the alpha because technically true damage, right? So no matter how tanky you build, no matter how tanky you are, the alpha, if it lands, the skills, it will deal true damage. So it's gonna be annoying. Philippines though, taking a precaution measure, they ban out the Selena. They know that they are susceptible towards crowd control, or perhaps the Farsa wants other spells, not a Purify. So they're taking it away. And the Guinevere jungler, a possibility as well, because they do need crowd control technically from the side of Philippines.
Okay, so they took out that. What does Philippines ban with Angela, or they just let it go with the potential that it's gonna slip through? The Guinevere was interesting for a ban, but yeah, obviously Cambodia wanted to focus on the two potential picks for Saison. They go with the Iesf.
Wow.
So
Angela's
still being open. Yep. And also now it's also back to question, what does Cambodia take for the mid lane? I think they could go a couple things here. The Jushin is still open. Not sure if they want to go for that. Either the Jushin. We've seen some Kuguras pop up frequently, and like I said, the Aurora. Those seem to be some of the popular choices. And if you really wanted like burst, but I don't think you'd want it against the Farsa, would be who we've seen a lot of too, is the Lunox, right? So they go Badang for now. So this is going to be a Badang Rome, which is going to be pretty good against this kind of like stationary setup for Philippines.
Yeah, a lot of cancellations, right? A lot of mobility perhaps canceled by the Badang here. So got to be careful here, Philippines, when rotating. Now, what will they lock in for their jungler is going to be the big question. Are they going for a Hayabusa against a Moskov? I dislike it. What do you go for here? A Kai? Is a Kai a possibility? A pin down and then a 1-1 trigger? A great cancellation tool as well. Oh, Exborg. Okay. Okay, and the Gotcha. So they add more crowd control in their kit and as well as a slow effect. And technically, they took out the alpha because of the true damage. Hey, Exborg can deal true damage as well.
So this last pick, what do you take, knowing that you're going to deal with that true damage that you just mentioned, but also very tanky itself for Philippines? Like this time around, you know, they've got the Gatakacha plus the glue, plus Exborg in a way. Like Exborg is kind of, he comes off as very tanky and durable himself because of the way the Froggle armor works. So Cambodia's going to keep that in mind. Not to say that they don't have a great front line either. Their peeling is great too, just with the Baksha and the Phoveus and the Badang. So this mid lane will be pretty important. I would like to see them maybe go Aurora or something that can help them here. They'll go Valentina.
Wow.
The essence here, which is funny because we often forget about Valentina after she was so dominant for the longest time. But Valentina just seems to be the answer because it's like there's so many good ultimates technically that you could take. Now, most likely, Opie will be taking the Feathered Airstrike. But if he wanted to, he could also just go for the Last Insanity from Saison, from the Export.
Yeah.
Either of those could like work. I mean, even technically the AOG, like if he takes the Avatar of the Guardian too, he can initiate things. And we also have seen Valentinez take Blue's ultimate. So that's what I'm saying. He has so many choices of ultimates that he can take. And I think that might also be one of the downsides of it. Maybe it's like it could be in a situation where it's like, okay, it's too much, because we've seen this before, Gani, where especially in the professional league, when you often think, all right, he's going to take the feathered airstrike, but the Farser is so good at taking that away, you know, like playing at a distance. So anyway, let's find out if we end up going to a game 3.
Well, Land of Dawn, here we go. Welcome to the Land of Dawn to witness game 2. Will Cambodia not force, but will Cambodia find a sweep, or will Philippines force a game 3? I personally, Naiso, am liking the composition from the side of the Philippines. I don't think Cambodia has enough damage in their composition.
You think they're lacking damage? You think they lack damage?
No.
I think here though. Oh.
Be careful. Oh, it seems like they want to commit to a fight. Saison in a very sticky spot. Unigo trying to provide cover. That's the revitalized spot now as well. Oh my goodness, Saison taking a lot of damage there, and Canon actually stuck. And another kill on the board.
Wadu
trying to find an angle onto Agangel, but great recovery there. Great punish. Philippines takes 2.
Take 2.
Unigo no revitalize. 1 HP. Still able to get out from that tough position.
So lucky to have that passive where they got a Kacha. Make sure he didn't go down, but also that was a clutch save from Unigo as well with the Unbreakable. He was able to go ahead and save Arcangel by taunting the right target there. So a good response, but still, even for Cambodia, they got to kill themselves, and that's in the hands of Wadu. So help some of the XP lane. Setting things up. This is going to be an interesting first objective take, though. That turtle, to go ahead and grab that if they can. These level 4s are going to be important. That's why, you know, we want to see them grab it. Wadu has his. Boxy's still waiting to have that full combo that we usually see. Fist crack, fist break combo from the Badang here. So Philippines will plan this. Whoa, Zing solo kill for Recrutiano.
Off-camera solo on a gold lane. So that's a very, very important kill already. 2 minutes in. Now it's a 4v4 still. Let's see, Detective Shield Unity pops, looking for an opening. That's going to be Unigo. Oh, Canon, very low. Oh my goodness, it's another solo kill, top lane. It's a 1-for-1. Now, Detective very low, looking for a kill on towards 1. That's Arcangel though, another off-cam kill.
Gani.
Wow.
Gani, that is lane, so funny. He, like, Recrutiano got that kill. Hold on, bottom lane?
Saison wasn't able to get out. Canon terrified. Wadu will secure that kill. Another kill on the board. Cambodia. What?
Okay.
What a recovery.
What a recovery. I know there was a ton of kills that happened, but what I was going to say, what happened earlier, Recrutiano got the solo kill. Zing came alive, and then he just spear destructioned back to Recrutiano, and that's how he got the kill. Because Recrutiano stayed.
Yeah,
he stayed that low health.
I mean, he must have, like, got a couple of turret hits, or was he that low?
I don't know, man, but what I do know is that Cambodia just swung it back in their favor with this lead. It was a great fight around that first turtle. That's why I was saying, I was like, this is going to be a great fight around the first objective. Yeah. Because the way the lineups work for both teams, especially when those level 4s are available, are going to be a very big push and pull between the two. Right now, you can see Boxy trying to set up. He's got the flicker available, so if they want to make a play on Recrutiano, they will be able to put pressure up there. I'm not sure if he's going to follow through this because the rotation is now happening up on top side, so I think Boxy's just going to have to disengage from this. It's going to get spotted out from Unigo. Actually, wait, they don't know yet.
No, I don't know. I think they have... Oh my goodness, that's a connection right there on towards the Farsa, but it seems like now Cambodia will collapse more. Oh, another kill on the board here as just Gatot Kacha will be the sacrificial lamb. Now, Cambodia, do they want to be greedy? It seems like no. Requitiano is top lane. Got to deal with that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they do. Because at this point, you know, you're finding yourself in this situation here, Gani, where you got to be able to go ahead and adjust quickly. The previous one, you had Philippines adjusting quickly. Or no, Cambodia adjusted really quickly, you know? And so now it's Philippines. After that early game, it's like, all right, where do we get back into this game? Now, it seems to be it's going to be around the turtle, but look at this. I mean, even kind of...
Yeah. That's a neutral objective there. Uh-oh, Arcangel. That's the wings by wings spent. But again, this 2 turtles already collected here. Detective just slowly but surely leading. A level ahead for now. And now it's going to be Saison. Gotta be careful here. Oh, stunned up! That's going to be the Terrifying connecting as well. Another airstrike just to zone members, and it will be enough to react the pressure that was built from the side of Cambodia. Naisu, slowly but surely here, the Moskov is doing work as well. And with 6 minutes in, and seems like Cambodia is in control. Uh-oh, Zing once more here, top lane. Okay, good pull, good info. Zing is able to sidestep from that AOG, but that's just information for the side of Cambodia. Hey, they do not have the avatar of the Guardian. Now, SOD, finding Canon. That's a great.
All right, we back.
By the Philippines. Now, Oppie will deal damage. Mid will be controlled by their EXPs respectively. Slowly but surely, Cambodia applying more pressure towards the top. Seems like they
Can you hear me?
Find the turret. Yes, sir, Mr. Naisu, sir. It's just Zing here, Naisu. Collecting the inner turret top lane. Nothing Philippines can do to answer that.
Yeah, they can't. I apologize. We're having... And so my power flickered for a second.
No worries, bro.
It's a match again for Cambodia. I've been able to go ahead and see this, and now they're looking to make a play on the objectives here. And that's the thing when you think about what Philippines can do. It's really playing into the Wanwan, man. You got to be able to get that crossbow of Tang off. I think that's going to be a big part of it. Another thing is the Farsa. Like Farsa should be able to set up the damage, but this is what we're seeing. The objective control from Cambodia's lineup is so good right now. Look at the zoning potential they're able to do while Detective just grabs his turtle.
Oh, that's the winner crown already popped. Wadu trying to survive more. Oh, Canon stunned up. Now, Saison trying to deal damage. Will it be enough as Arcangel will be eliminated first? Now, Oppie will be the trade by Saison. Now, Boxy and Zing will take care of Canon top side. That's still a 2-for-1 in favor of the Cambodians.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade, but 3-for-3 turtles for Cambodia. So they are locked in. It looks like we're going to go with a pause here. I'm not sure. Maybe it's the Philippines because they might be experiencing the same weather thing here.
Fun fact. Jakarta just started raining. So as you
I know, man.
Storm,
it's been a whole week.
Storm, it started raining. Nice too, man. It's scary. But yeah, Manila, Jakarta, we got that connection. Seems like
we got the weather sync up, man.
Man. But yeah, it's funny because you mentioned storm and then suddenly I hear rain, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's been all week. Likewise. So
same. Likewise.
Props to the players out there going through it too. I hope everybody stays dry. But yeah, this game for Cambodia is, I don't know. I don't want to say it's completely in their hands right now and that they're going to sweep the Philippines, but it's looking a little spicy, and it's mainly because that kind of like time limit on this lineup for Cambodia is going to show later on if, for example, Philippines can get their carries to where they need to be. That is specifically the Wanwan and the Farsa. Farsa, for the most part, again, you'll get a couple items, you'll be pretty good. But the Wanwan is in. This is what I was saying. Maybe in the draft way, some of the teams, even when the Wanwan was open, they kind of hesitated to take it because currently it's in this situation with the meta where it's a little bit difficult, you know, to make sure it gets going the way that it needs to be. And that's why sometimes even we see some of those gold laners really struggle. I mean, if you think about the matches we've watched so far throughout the Asian Oceania qualifiers, a lot of the teams that would win very quickly, they bullied the opposing gold laner like 2 or 3 times, and then they were fine, you know?
Yeah.
But in this case, it's more so of this 1-1 just needs a good amount of time to get to fighting, a fighting presence, if you will. And also the tankier members like Canon and Unigo need to get tanky enough to withstand that kind of burst damage that we're seeing right now from Cambodia. Cambodia is also just playing really, really well. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
They're very synced, and that's what I was saying when we saw their team roster was these guys look like one of the best versions of Cambodia's lineups that we've seen in a while.
Seems like they are in sync, and I like how they just are able to keep their distance as well, technically, right? With a lot of AoEs from inside of Philippines, it's yeah, they gotta calculate now. They want the mid. Is this the right call? Oh, good stun on towards Unigo. Saison now will not force the last insanity. Feather airstrike will be popped though. That's gonna be Detective going in. Purify popped.
Cool.
Now Requitiano joining in. Oh, that's not good. The SOD nearly lands, but that's gonna be 1 kill on the board for Philippines. Now the fight that the Philippines want seems like they do not got it as Arcangel and Saison eliminated. I mentioned that they lack damage, but boy, this Valentina Oppi proved me wrong.
Dude, Opie took the last insanity and put enough pressure on the back line to clean up the kill there. It's just so good from Cambodia. The way that they're playing this, I know that Spirit Destruction didn't land, but even when Requitiano saw like the fight was breaking out, they responded to him so well. And you know, that's one of the things about 1-1. She's pretty squishy. So he had no other option to do anything about that. So this fight for the Lord, it should just go in the hands of Cambodia. That the Retry's there, Detective will get it. And that's the other thing. When that fight broke out, Detective has been on point whenever that feathered airstrike is dropped down. You know, Detective goes and he'll go ahead and shield Unity right towards Arcangel, and he has to stop it prematurely a lot of the times.
Yeah, it's just tough now because Philippines, I think their main play now is just banking on a good crossbow attack from Requitiano, which personally we have not seen in this game, unfortunately. Yeah, the chains, the connection, not really evident now. Let's see though. With the Lord marching top, Cambodia will have more control towards the bottom side of the map here as they want to take they want to trigger as many passives from the base turret as much as possible. Oh, take a look at the damage there. Oh, 1 HP. Requitiano, last insanity from Oppi will deal a lot of damage.
Wow.
And Cambodia now jumping in. Great pull from the glue to pull Detective back. It's a 1-for-1, but it seems like it will be the turrets now taken care of. Base turrets left standing. Cambodia triggering the passive in the mid. Seems like top will naturally be triggered. The Philippines, they have defended quite well here in this first Lord push.
Yeah, they defended what they could. Again, they're clear and everything else is going to be pretty solid. You can see the Wishing Lantern picked up now by Arcangel. That might help with some of these tankier members, like I was saying, from Cambodia. But, I mean, look at this. 2,500 gold ahead for Zing right now on the Moskov against Requitiano. And that's the hard part. Really, we haven't been able to see him much of the crossbow of Tang just yet, you know, provide enough of that value. Now, he does have 3 of the major items here. Maybe a Wind of Nature will really help Requitiano choose these windows of opportunity, because you can see the damage dealt to. That's amazing that OP has been able to go ahead and juggle between taking the Feathered Airstrike and taking the Last Insanity and utilizing them really well in these team fights here. So again, Cambodia is just kind of locked in for this, man. And I think even by the time that next Lord comes up, it's going to be their fight to take. Seal's going to be used. Last Insanity, hold on by OP. Where are they going here?
Oh no, Saison isolated there. A great setup play from Cambodia with that conceal SOD just to slow things down. Now the base turret quite vulnerable. Another wave is coming. Arcangel spent Feather Airstrike, so that's a green light. Last Insanity, my goodness, towards Arcangel. That will be it. Ladies and gentlemen, Canon, Requitiano, and as well as Unigo will not be able to hold on. Crossbow, a tank just takes one, and that's just Foxy. 5 seconds on the clock for Saison. Minion coming. Will he be able to defend? Let's see. Cambodia, offense with 4. OP trying to close the distance. That's last Insanity already spent. That's going to be the damage. Not enough. Saison here trying to hold on. But ladies and gentlemen, we got a sweep. Cambodia takes game 2. And the Philippines, they are out.
Wow. Oh, wow. I did not expect Cambodia to sweep the Philippines when we opened up today here, Gani. I mean, props to them. Amazing gameplay because they were locked in, you know, and I expected 3 games, honestly, at that point. I mentioned this before we even got to the match. I was like, we gotta have 3 games here. I just didn't know who would win it because I have said that Cambodia has been so good in even recent internationals. But damn, they looked even better here. You know, I mean, they were like everything was working in their favor and the composition was so good. Again, there were some moments here where the Philippines made some good plays, but overall, Cambodia just, this was their match. This was their games.
Man, I am still digesting as well. Same as you. Nice to what happened here. I think the mid game was where the focal critical point where Philippines just lost all control, and which allows just Cambodia just control. Look at the fights, man. The OP was just so important during team fights because he knows that when, hey, the Philippines, they will just clump up and the last Insanity will get the most value, and this was the final push. Unfortunately, with 2 members off the board, it just opened things up, and Cambodia, they coordinated so well, and man, the Baksha just ban it, bro.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying. OP did an amazing thing. You know, like he was able to go ahead and juggle between the Feathered Airstrike and the last Insanity and put enough pressure. This one was under the 15-minute mark. Like they did it faster than the previous game.
Wow.
You know, Cambodia just I don't know, Gani. I mean, looking at this, I'm worried for Indonesia. Like, you know, if it's we don't know if it's Indonesia or Myanmar. Myanmar might have beat Indonesia. Do we have any updates on?
Let's see. Let's ask for Indo and Myanmar.
I gotta know because Myanmar. I mean, even when we saw Myanmar, they were locked in, man. So we could be in a situation where our grand finals is not what people would traditionally like just opt to think for. You know, Philippines versus Indonesia, as that's always the it's a PH versus Indo grand final for all these internationals out there. We might get a Cambodia versus Myanmar grand final.
We might, and again, what a splendid execution here displayed by Cambodia. Just game 1, game 2, it seems like they have refined their game plan, and it seems like, ladies and gentlemen, it is just Indonesia winning game 1. Game 2 is still on progress though, so let's see if they are able to, or Myanmar is able to force a game 3, or will Indonesia sweep Myanmar? But Cambodia, man, 13 minutes is all it took, all they need to close out the game. And again, nice to all 5 members just doing their roles. And concealed play was impeccable. Their SOD not 100% on landing the SOD, but when it lands, they just know that they are able to influence that fight. But hey, nice to, I feel like that game, or the 2 games that Cambodia played, top 5 lock-ins from Cambodia, man, from of their life.
Of their life, yeah. No,
of their life. Top 5 lock-ins.
Hey, Gani, I agree, man, because they swept the Philippines. Again, this lineup from the Philippines won Iesf in Yash, Romania, right? So if you open the 2 years ago, if you open the website, it's them raising the trophy. So like Cambodia just beat them, you know? They just beat them. So that's something that they should be very, very proud of. The boys, again, from Cambodia, CFU Gaming. So congratulations for the sweep there.
Yeah, man, Iesf, that was a fun series. Unfortunately, though, the Philippines are out. But hey, we got one more match in store, ladies and gentlemen. It will be Cambodia. Question is, will it be Indonesia or will it be Myanmar? Stay tuned, stay updated. We will be right back for our final match of Mlbb Men's Iesf Qualifiers, man. Stay tuned.
And welcome back after a bit of a break there, of course. I hope you guys had a chance to go ahead and rehydrate, get your meals in, get coffee, hopefully something, because right now we are about to go into the grand finals here for the Southeast Asia anyway, here for the Asia and Oceania qualifier. Once again, it's me, Naisu, joined here with Gani to bring you the final match for our streams here for the men's matches of MLBB. Now, Gani, we just saw a sweep. It was kind of a surprising sweep for Cambodia, man. You know, Cambodia, I think, to sweep the Philippines, that's a huge statement.
I think that was a very big statement, and it was not. I don't think the Philippines got a lot of chances to turn things around both games, nicely. So again, it was a convincing win, both games from Cambodia. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it will be official that it will be Cambodia taking on Indonesia. In case you missed it, Indonesia won 2-0, I believe, up against Myanmar earlier. So yeah, Myanmar and Philippines will not advance to the last match of the qualifiers here. And Cambodia, Indonesia, Cambodia. I'm a little bit nervous here now, Naisu, after seeing what Cambodia did to the Philippines, because the way I see it, their drafts was great, but their execution was even better.
Yeah, it's kind of, again, it was, for me personally, I know Cambodia was locked in, you know, from even the previous appearances in international tournaments like MSC and everything.
But we will, though, take a look at the roster here, as it will be Oppi, Detective, Zing, Wadu, and Boxy. So no changes, right, from the side of Cambodia. Any thoughts, perhaps? Of course. Yeah, yeah, I know. Especially after their convincing win, I think again they were able just to translate their drafts to their gameplay. And for Indonesia, it's going to be Aran, Widi, Kabuki, Joe, and Yeheskiel, Mr. Wiseman in that mid lane. A very strong, clean tournament so far. They're up to a couple, no, just a game from Indonesia, and it seems like after that they were able to just stay sharp, stay clean, and we will get to see them in action live in this match after winning the game a 2-0 clean off camera or off live as well here, nice. And yeah, we will get to see both teams going at it. And let's see here, Indonesia, Cambodia. I want to see what to expect. And draft-wise, I think it's going to be similar. Baxia is still going to be their main priority. Yisun Shin, Lancelot, perhaps we might see them getting banned. Same as game 2.
We're both fighting the weather here, man. My biggest opponent right now is also the weather. I can hear it's raining over for you too. But yeah, again with this matchup, Gani, I think that's the main thing. Is just Cambodia looked really good. I would have traditionally said like this would have been a Philippines versus Indonesia grand final, like off the bat, because that's what a lot of people think. But in this case, it's different. I honestly think even Myanmar, I know that was a sweep for Indonesia. I really wish I got to see like the games themselves, but Myanmar too has been looking really good in their recent matches that we've had here. But you know, now I think Indonesia is the team to beat. They're the powerhouse. They're the other powerhouse of MLBB that a lot of people are familiar with, and you know, with that roster being well versed and well practiced together, again, you know, they had Kabuki come in and everything else, but still, it's the TLPH guys, and they have a ton of experience. Now for Cambodia, like I said, they've always been on this path or this road, Gani, to like get these titles, get these, you know, if the international ones especially, and then this would be a great place for them to do that here for ISF, the qualifiers, and then hopefully to move on forward and, you know, maybe get a chance at that. But what we are seeing is just, again, a really, really good Cambodia lineup that I've seen Cambodia play so many times, Gani, that I feel like, again, I can stand by and say, like, this is the best version of Cambodia that we've seen. Again, they're familiar names, and especially when Boxy came back into the Rome, I think that made things just click really well for them. So we'll see what the plan is for the draft here. But Indonesia will be on that blue side. We got Cambodia on the red. So we know the priority for Indonesia is going to be what we're looking at first. With the Lancelot ban, they're playing into that, what we talked about in the previous matchup, where it's like, do they leave the YSS open? Because I think that's a common problem right now. I think teams that get the YSS have like this little bit of an advantage, honestly, when it comes to like how to build around that YSS. Because, and what I mean by that is, some teams, when they have the YSS, they choose to go a little bit of a untraditional composition, which is the fighter gold lanes, or, you know, those like the CCs, the rubies, the Minsatars that we've seen, you know, thrown in the gold lane when you have a YSS. But it also allows you to be a little dynamic even with your mid lane choices. We've seen YSS Kimmy, for example, work really well. Or they go with the Farsa, or they go with the Jushin, or they go with something that's left open to complement that YSS. And so I think that's why teams are so competitive for that Yi Sun-shin, and why he probably needs to go ahead and get a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a nerf eventually.
Oh, let's see, will that nerf come through? But it will be Indonesia banning out both assassins here. Technically an assassin with the YSS and the Lancelot. So I feel like they are really prioritizing that Baksha pickup. And let's see here what will be the response. Because technically, 1-1 is still open as well. Not too well earlier on when Requitiano was on that 1-1. But let's see, Cambodia is facing a similar situation now. It seems like they are, and they will take their time here for that last bench, discussing, just preparing on the trade. It seems like they will lock in finally. Oh, they're taking the really their time here. Two down to the last second, and it seems like they value the Baksha. They know, they understand that, hey, Indonesia, they're looking for that Baksha.
Is this a CC?
CC.
Oh, 1-1
is still the viable option here, or the viable choice for Indonesia.
Wow. Okay, so they go the 1-1. Philippines did this in the previous series, game 2.
Yep.
Did not work out. Rakutiano,
nope.
Marco was not able to do it. So this will be interesting to see how they decide to go ahead and use the 1-1 here. Because, again, I was saying this throughout the match. I was like, you need something to make this work well. Like, yes, 1-1 is highly contested. It's it's banned plenty of times. But I think still with the current meta, like, you need a certain amount of composition that's going to help make it such a threat, right? Because right now, too, I think we might just see that matchup again where the Moskov is taken for Zing, or maybe even the Harith, because he had a hell of a Harith game earlier on. But Cambodia, their answer for now is the Farsa and the Arlot, because those are two tools already that can help stop this 1-1 just alone, you know, like those two picks alone really help.
Yeah, I think it's a great pick. Great 2 picks, right? Very strong anchor in that mid lane. That Farsa, Arlit, as we all know, can also just give you crowd control, allows you to enable to be that front line, and also looking for weird angles. But Indonesia, quite unique. Well, I don't want to say unique, but quite bold here with their choices.
Yep.
Phoveus and as well as Kagura picked up here already from the side of Indonesia. So I like that matchup. Kagura going up against the Farsa. The burst threat is definitely there. But I do have a concern. If this Kagura fell behind early, it's going to be tough for Indonesia to rely on Yeheskel to perhaps turn things around. Last pick for Cambodia, it will be the Moskov here, just for that full far lane control. And Moskov is also just a nasty, nasty marksman. SOD. And what I really like, what I really don't like going up against Moscow is he can rock with a couple of a couple of spells,
Yeah.
right? So Purify definitely. So let's see
I
with
think
Cambodia. Mhm.
I think with this though too, in order for Indonesia to make this work, I'm wondering like they wait for how often is it, Gani, that we wait into the second phase for the jungle picks, you know? And this
Yeah.
is the case of why I was saying so many teams are contesting the jungle initial phase, which is YSS Lancelot, you know? But it's Indonesia that goes and bans it out, and because Cambodia took out the Baksha, this leaves it in a weird position with the Fredrin coming out too, and I'm not sure if they still want to ban out one more jungler, but we could potentially see like a Hayabusa in the jungle or
Yeah.
an Alpha in the jungle. Possibly the Alpha would be feasible, especially with an Ikai being taken out now too. So a lot of the utility options are gone, you know? And I feel like this is the most narrowed down that we've seen the jungle picks so far throughout the entirety of the Iesf Asian Oceania qualifiers.
Yeah, you're right now that you mention it. But okay. I think we saw this from Philippines earlier, right? They banned Guinevere out um, because they know that Guinevere jungler is still a possibility, and seems like Cambodia they will this time pick it up. So it adds crowd control, rotation pattern. I don't as well mind, but we
There it
will
is.
get to see the combination of Matilda and as well as Alpha. So mobility here can be critical for Indonesia.
The Matilda has only been banned out a couple of times when there was a potential for the Alpha to come through. So in this one, because of the nature of the bans, and this is, again, we don't see this kind of bans that often, but these kinds are bringing it to a sense of, all right, this is the adjustments that are made here. So great draft for Indonesia. What's Cambodia's answer?
What do they need? They already have enough CCI. I don't. I feel like they need more. Of course, more peel, right? So,
Mm.
what Minotaur? Does a Minotaur work here? Going up against a Matilda. If they want to go crazy, okay. I need someone that can peel. Definitely has crowd control as well. And hey, Primal Wrath mode
So it's
deals damage as well.
a Rome Edith. Okay, I was
Yeah.
wondering if we were going to see a Rome Arlot or a Rome Edith, because both could work in the XP lane. But yeah, so Rome Edith.
Row Edith. A lot of crowd control, mind you. Guinevere, Edith, Arlot, Cambodia. They're bringing their semifinals match to the grand finals with a twist.
I like it, man. I like it. Both lineups actually have really good winning potential, winning conditions here. I think Indonesia, what they're really playing into is they've got like this little bit of burst with the Kagura, but also the 1-1 later on. But it's that mobility that the Matilda brings to this table. We don't see Matilda too much anymore. But it's usually paired with like a Fredrin or an Alpha, and it ends up working really well for that because it's hard to escape that. Like if you think about it, even with the Guiding Wind, and then the Spear of Alpha being there, or whoever decides to Guiding Wind. So very good draft from Indonesia and Cambodia. We're going to have to see how this all plays out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final match here. Once again, it's the grand finals for Southeast Asia's Group 4 ISF's Asian Oceania qualifiers. It's been days of battles, and now we lead to this point here. Once again, it's a best of 3 for this grand finals. Will it be Indonesia or Cambodia?
Let's see who takes it. Nice to win. Again, if we're talking about the drafts here, I think what Indonesia needs to be careful is that crowd control, right? So they need to keep their distance. They need to pick their battles. And if we take a look at their emblems here, and nothing too out of the ordinary, but oh, there's a stun earlier on. So already applying pressure here. Zing, is he able to get the solo? Okay, great. This is what I'm talking about. The crowd control is a lot. So a lot of AoEs, a lot of single lock as well. And there you go.
Oh, they're going in. A little bit of onward Earth Shatter combination, but you can see how much of a threat this combination is, Gani. And that's the thing. A couple times we've seen the Edith come through, but I think so far through ISF, we've mostly seen it in the XP lane. running with the Warcry emblem. This time around, it's Boxy. He's got Concussive Blast, so I guess he's just going to go ahead and plant himself down on this side of the map for now, but they got to be careful. Because now at this point, for Chin, you can go ahead and set things up with the Spear of Alpha.
Yeah, it seems like they are setting things up here. Gotta be careful though. Sin is level 4, so if Zing is not careful, there you go.
Oh, if he's not careful like that, okay. He gets out with the flicker. I was gonna say, but hey, that's a battle spell down before that objective does come up. So, you know, I think Sin's gonna be happy with that for the most part. Now, here in the mid lane is where we have to also take a look at once those level 4s are available. Opie got it first, but Hezkiel Wiseman will get it. Oh, a fight gonna break out. A good stun and knock up on Sin. The Guinevere from Detective able to find that spatial migration. And this should warrant them a turtle. First objective just going in the hands of Cambodia off of that play. Earth Shatter again, onward for Witty. Witty's in trouble. Oh, can't get away from the final slash. Wadu picks it up. They burn the flicker from Aran. Aran trying to get to the safety of the turret. He'll jump on forward. Oh, man. A whole bunch for Cambodia. This is a different Cambodia here.
This is a different Cambodia indeed. And this is just, again, just Cambodia. Match 1 earlier against Philippines. Them controlling the early game. Suddenly, it's going to be tough for Indonesia to turn things around here. Let's see if Mr. Leonardo here on the 1-1, perhaps he can just funnel goal to their side here. Again, Kagura under is going to be tough for Indonesia to perhaps find things, but it seems like Indonesia, they are rotating towards their bottom side. Mind you, Zing's flicker is still 30 seconds, so perhaps they can capitalize on that flicker not active.
We'll see, but this is the pressure that's going to be put here now. So a little spear thrown out there, but they spotted out. They're going to be fine. This is once again what I was saying, Gani. Like, I think a part of this is just the Wanwan's early game kind of sucks. You know, like you need plenty of time to build up, and then of course like getting the weakness points off to get the crossbow tang is the whole other thing. And right now, that's mostly just go ahead and farm up what you can. It's about a 500 gold lead, too, for Zing right now.
Yep.
Zing's been impressive, though. I've really been impressed with seeing Zing play so far throughout the qualifiers here. Even on the Harith, like I said, he just looks really good. So right now, it's kind of a standstill, you know, before this next turtle comes up, unless they're able to make a play somewhere.
Yeah, it seems like the glowing one will be secured early for Opie, so that's already some sort of anti-regen in hand from side of Cambodia, and they do seem like want to commit to this pre-turtle even, right? They will focus on looking for the engages. Seems like setup-wise, it's going to be a 4v4.
Oh, they're going to go for the fight. Wadu, I'm not sure if he's going to pull it just yet. He did use the final slash. A nice spatial migration again. Aran is out. Turtle's going to go for the reset. Spear of Alpha already used, and trying to get out with the Guiding Wind as Witty we'll go ahead and keep them at bay, but Cambodia wins the objective fight again, getting the second turtle of the game. A great fight from Cambodia.
Very great fight, and very direct as well. And Indonesia, they're struggling to find the right connections, right? Iran isolated their great spot from Cambodia, engaged on, and yeah, just 5 minutes in, the Phobius wasn't able to. Oh, great Purify. Oh, that's a spell triggered though. That's a feather airstrike. Oof.
Oh. Oh man, you see how squishy this Wanwan is. Again, Opie in trouble. Oh, a good Yang Yan overturn. A good response. Hezkiel Wiseman. Mr. Wiseman comes in to save the day, because I was looking a little dire there for Indonesia on the top side.
Wow, the reinforcements just providing cover. That was info as well. Feather airstrike was used, so quite vulnerable for Opie, which Mr. Wiseman was able to capitalize. Oh, Zing!
Okay. Zing, is he going to be... Okay, he's fine. He's fine.
He's fine. Still has the flicker, I think. No, yeah, still has the flicker as well. So very well calculated there. But yeah, you can see Detective already has the Brute Force breastplate there. So mind you, that's extra MR, magic resists. But also, what is important with that Brute Force is that mobility, right? More movement speed. And it seems like they want to invade.
Oh, final slash going to be used against Sin. Can't survive the onslaught. Sin goes down, now sitting at 0-2. Even with the Matilda, this alpha isn't working out. So Cambodia knows the weak points of this lineup, and they've been putting the pressure exactly where they need to. So with this, no turrets going down yet, though, except for that top side. So it's even in terms of the turrets right now. Cross map. Zing has been doing works. Should be able to get the tier 2. It looks like he's going to be able to do just that. Iran's a little bit too late. So now third turtle of the game coming up here, and Cambodia is in position.
Slight miscoordination there because Iran wasn't able to defend in time for that tier 2 turret top lane. A great setup again by Cambodia. I don't think Indonesia can fight this. Let's see though.
Oh, Feather Air Strike already dropped down. A ton of damage being thrown at Iran. But there's a guiding wind. Circling Eagle combination already used. Wadu could be in trouble. Finally, the crossbow of Tang gets some airtime. Indonesia's able to fight back with the damage. Prove it true. A flicker forward.
Oh.
They'll go for Detective. And 4 fall for Cambodia. A turn of the tables for Indonesia.
Wow, what a timing as well. Indonesia, they got the turtle. They got the turret mid lane. Cambodia suddenly lose out on control, map, and fight. And this might be the snowball. That fight might win them game 1.
That is crazy how just that one team fight was enough of a space for Indonesia to take back, get themselves back into this game. And it's so weird because we've been talking about it for the 1-1 for quite some time here. And it was one of those things where it's like, finally you get to see the crossbow of Tang come through. Finally you get to see the damage of the 1-1. Now you're in a position where you got the Mlbb gun now picked up. You've got a little more space to work with. Helps you, maybe get the crossbow Tang activated a little bit faster. But this is where it gets a little bit difficult. Once they start taking some of these turrets down, look at the pressure they're able to put with a Matilda. It's that mobility factor. So Zing is still pushing on that bottom side. Might actually get another tier 2 turret. Let's see if Indonesia responds to that, because right now Cambodia is playing the macro level.
Yeah, it seems like Cambodia there are no pushovers, and they are trying to react neatly as well. Indonesia, though, they are in the driver's seat slightly. 2K gold lead almost in hand. Definitely have some more in the tank with that mid lane already taken down, mid turret already taken down. So let's see here, 25 seconds on the clock for that first lore to spawn. And Cambodia, I think their only play is just push far lane, push their split lane, and hope for Zing to hatch a surprise SOD when Indonesia's resources are already spent. So let's see, will that happen or not? Because Indonesia, after that big win, they're taking it slow. They're taking their time here in opening fights, in opening engages as well, as we can see already. All right, Moscow won just a couple of more 100 gold left just to complete the Trinity, and there you go, already Trinity, Corrosion, Golden Staff, and DHS. So that's already a power spike, and after that, immediately you can see him just rotating towards the Lord.
Oh yeah, they're gonna make a quick rotate down here. Feathered Airstrike already used. This might be bad for Cambodia. A lot of their battle spells are going to be used up if they get caught out here. Look at that, 3 flickers across the board already used. But it's Aaron that goes down. There's enough space here as Leonardo gets the kill, so they go and trade it out XP for XP. But without these battle spells and some of the ultimates, Cambodia might want to go ahead and think about this twice. The Spirit Alpha is going to be able to catch Detective. He gets out, but Wiseman goes in. Zing falls. They lose a ton of damage off of that. Meanwhile, Detective is just zoned out with the Circling Eagle from Witty. A great play here, and now he's trapped under the turret as Sin hunts him down. Spirit Alpha going to be used. There's no way you escape that. It's a triple for Leonardo. It's a wipeout for Indonesia against Cambodia, and they'll get the Lord off of it.
Man, what a fight. It was a scrappy one, but Indonesia took control, especially after, Iran died, sure, but it's just the XP. Most of the Indonesia's members, they're fine. They have Witty with the flask of the Oasis already in hand as well, so that will provide shielding with the favor. And Cambodia struggled to find the right connection there. No real opportunities to turn things around. Zing, without the flicker, because he spent it earlier on, wasn't able to be aggressive on that Moskov. So now with the Lord push here, Indonesia looks to collect more turrets, and perhaps they might take a couple of base turrets or two. Let's see the defense and as well as offense here from both Indonesia and as well as Cambodia. Base turret bottom side, the passive, the Holy Shield has been triggered. So that's not a good sign as the wave bottom side is still marching on. They have to deal with that wave without the passive. And Aranda with the dominance ISO, just adding more layers of defense in hand. Taking it slow here in Indonesia.
They take it slow, but even with this push coming through, I don't think it's as easy as like a game win push, because the clear speed for Cambodia is going to be pretty good, but Feathered Airstrike is going to be dropped down already. They'll hold on, they'll clear it out. Again, with a Moskov and a Farsa, your clear is going to be great, so they can go ahead and post up in the base for at least another Lord or two. Whoa! Again, Witty taking a ton of damage. Circling you going to be used. A final slash with the flicker. Wadu going to get punished. Gets down by Sin. There's a crossbow of Tang again. Props to Primal Wrath. Zing has to get back though too. Wiseman will fall. The battle spell is really helping Cambodia out, but now Boxy could be in trouble because Leonardo will be able to pick up the kill. Boxy falls, but they're still going for it as Sin goes down too. A Spirit of Destruction to follow through from Zing. Zing in trouble, quite low. Leonardo looking for the kill, gets Detective. It's a double. Can he get a triple? We'll pick that one up too, and they'll get a wipeout again. Indonesia had to choose the fights wisely off the thunders from Wiseman. With the umbrellas here, and now Wadu trying to make it to stall out the game, but I think they just want to find one more kill before they end the game here. A crossbow of Tang, winner's crown going to be popped. Witty is low, but Leonardo has been untouched. 10-0-5, a massive game. The waves are going to be cleared out though, so unfortunately, Indonesia can't end it just yet, but Boxy, he's trying to keep these Canyon Minions, will pop the Primal Wrath and delays Indonesia enough from ending the game.
The winner crown from Wadu was enough to delay that game, and it seems like with 4 members up, Cambodia has a chance to perhaps turn things around or even equalize here. Let's see here, 14 minutes of game time. It's Indonesia though, taking the top and bot base turret. Still not a good sign for Cambodia, but man, Indonesia now focusing on the Lord. Cambodia, without the spells, how can they respond? I don't think they have an angle to look for openings, and it will be a free Lord for Indonesia.
Oof. I told you, man, they'd be able to defend the base.
Yeah.
And that the Cambodia did, but almost losing it there. The biggest answer is, again, this 1-1, and that's the thing we expected. It struggles in the early game to get online, but once it does, look at Leonardo Kabuki, man. He's just, he's deathless because it's so hard to get to him, especially with a Matilda to help you out. But I think Cambodia is still in a good fighting position, even though, again, the last team fight we saw, there were some moments there where they were able to actually hold back and fight back. With this Lord pushing in and only 1 base turret, it gets a little bit more difficult here. So we'll see how they manage it. Winner crown picked up by Oran this time. He's looking to buy some time himself. Final slash going to be used already. They jump into the backside, put enough pressure with Sin. Ton of winner crowns being popped here. Trying to buy time. Lord finally make its way to the base, and Sin goes down, so Cambodia fighting back and will be able to defend the base. They clear out the Lord with no problem after taking out Sin.
Wow, not bad at all. Not bad defense at all here from side of Cambodia. Not just they cleared out the Lord. They took a member and they defended their mid-baser. Now, Indonesia in trouble.
What are they going for? Circling Eel right for Zing. Zing's in trouble. Oh, he goes down too. A perfect play with a circling eagle to get a double kill for Leonardo. And now Indonesia sees the window of opportunity. They're going to punch it in the base. They still have the wave up bottom and top to push in. They're trying to hold on. Crossbow of Tang going to be used, and Wadu trying to tank up as much as he can. And finally, Boxy's back as well, pushing in this last base turret, and Indonesia sees the win, the victory in their eyes. They go in once more, they'll lock onto the base, and they'll take game number 1.
Wow. Indonesia showing up strong Man, this is why I live in Indonesia. Nice. So 5v4, they don't care. They just went in a man down, and they won that fight cleanly. With the help of the circling eagle, it allows you to find weird angles, and I believe Cambodia wasn't ready. They thought they had a man advantage, but then Indonesia was ready to fight. So they were caught off guard, and they lost that fight because of the base quite exposed there. It was an easy straight push, but you can see here from the get-go, Sin taken down early. Seems like it was no problem. Mind you, Cambodia took 2 turtles, but after this fight here, right here, where Wiseman got basically the opening there for that 2 kill, it was just Indonesia slowly but surely controlling, especially after this one right here. Wadu, the crossbow at Tang was just the cherry on top because it adds more gold towards Leonardo. And after that, it was just free turtle, free mid turret, free purple buff. All objectives on the board was taken away from Cambodia. And it was them just being in the back foot. Because of Witty here.
There was so much
mobility, right? Just the pressure here is so on point.
There was so much mobility, and there was also so many good fights in this one, man. It's honestly, like, it was really nice to see because both teams were really able to go ahead and capitalize on their lineups for one. But even in this sense where Cambodia finds themselves, you know, behind 5,000, 6,000 gold at this point, they had a good fight. It was just unfortunately they had no answer to catch Leonardo. Like, the 1-1 alone, especially with the Malefic gun, being able to get space, but then having a Matilda available, like, that's almost like a cheat code, man, because you had so many options. Even this last play right here, like that with the guiding wind and the circling eagle and then the yin yang overturn, all of that was layered perfectly there to catch the 2 biggest targets too. Imagine they got the gold laner and the mid lane of Cambodia. So there goes your damage.
There goes your damage, and this was their final lock in. Indonesia sealing the deal. 16 minutes though. I thought it was shorter. Nice, you gotta be honest with you, but it was over 15 minutes. And wow, Leonardo, man, 12-0-6. What a beast. So it's crazy. It is actually crazy. Cambodia, even though they got the first blood, they got the first 2 turtles, not just first, this 2 turtles. Indonesia was able to find that mid-game power spike, and they were able to just take the lead, take the control.
Yep.
Wiseman also an anchor in that mid, but yeah, Weedy was on the driver's seat forward side of Indonesia. He was just controlling here and there, but yeah, Indonesia
19 assists.
19 assists to his name. Wow, what an opening.
Insanity, man. Again, there's a reason why that Matilda came through at the end, especially with the alpha. And it's funny because, like, we saw them struggling early, even into the mid game a bit, right? Cambodia was even in Indonesia's jungle. They were able to go ahead and zone them out on certain parts of the map and everything else. It just took some time for this lineup to cook, basically, from Indonesia. It was one of those things. And they played it well. It's nice to see that it's a different lineup, Donnie, that we've seen from even our previous days here for Iesf Asian Oceania qualifiers, and it's refreshing to see, right? So congratulations to Indonesia there for getting that first win again there. Yes, it's a best of 3 for the grand finals. Also a little information, a little update for our viewers there. Myanmar and Philippines had to, of course, play, and Myanmar got 3rd place.
Wow.
So they won. Myanmar won the match versus the Philippines, so Philippines gets 4th place. So for that match, congratulations to Myanmar. They did defeat the Philippines. So Philippines, yeah, I mean, surprising results, I would say, for them. But again, that's where we are with the current meta, Gani. You know, it's very coin flippy, like I mentioned earlier.
Very coin flippy, yeah.
We do have some. Of course, we gotta have a very short break for our players out there to get us situated for game number 2. We'll see if Cambodia can take it to a game 3, which I'm expecting and hoping for, as this is our grand finals. Once again, I'm Naisu, that's Gani. We'll be back with a very short break. And welcome back. After the very short break there, we hope you didn't have to wait too long, because we know you didn't have to. That was like 3 minutes. So welcome back here. Once again, it's the Asian Oceania qualifiers for Iesf. It's the grand finals right now, currently for Indonesia and Cambodia. If you missed game 1, it was a great game, honestly. Cambodia could have potentially brought that game back. They were controlling the early game, but then Indonesia locked in. They made it the 1-1, which we've been wanting to see, no pun intended, and it worked out. It was a deathless game there for Leonardo or Kabuki, and yeah, I don't know. So I think now you're going to see it banned again here, Gani.
Yeah, I think so. If Cambodia went for a red side again, I think it will be an auto ban as well. But again, just guys, refresh here in case you guys missed it. The match happened off stream. Myanmar beat Philippines. So order-wise, it's Myanmar 3rd, Philippines 4th, and we are still waiting on the official results for this match. Indo against Cambodia. But yeah, Indo got first game. You mentioned Leonardo on that 1-1. Yeah, it was the first pick value on that was translated in that game. 12 kills, 0 deaths, 6 assists, I believe. And it was just a splendid showing of display of 1-1. And let's see the drafts. Will it perhaps be different or similar on the approaches from both sides? Seems like, though, Cambodia will take the blue side. So things might get interesting here in ISO.
Yeah, they're gonna be on the blue. So this is what's gonna happen, Gani.
What?
1-1 might either slip through or not.
Ooh.
No, never mind. Indonesia's gonna ban that out. Cambodia's contesting for YSS.
Okay.
Either this will be
And Baksha.
this will be the telling sign. Yeah. Do they ban out the Lancelot here, or does Indonesia and then they contest for the YSS or Baksha? Either can work, but I think that's fine because Indonesia will most likely just take the Farsa anyway and build a lineup around that, because the 1-1, like I was mentioning, is hit or miss for a lot of teams. Yeah. It takes a certain composition, and that's what I was saying in the last draft, and that's exactly what they got. That's exactly what they got with the Matilda there. So, all right, they go with the Phoveus. So this is going to be a jungle priority that we see from Cambodia. I think Indonesia has to make up, like, do we let the YSS go or not? They don't. It's banned out. So this could be just a Detective Lancelot, because otherwise you risk giving that over to Sin.
I was about to say, though, the Phoveus was an underrated, well, not underrated, but he was a silent MVP in that game, and Iran he was sandbagging, sacrificing a lot of things. He was being selfless, but yeah, you called it Lancelot first pick. Looking at the bans, it is quite natural here, but now Indonesia, they are supposed to have more options here on the board as well. They have to know what the trades are. It seems like the Farsa, if they are bold enough, I know it's going up against the Lancelot, but the Farsa is still on the board. Now that the Phoveus is gone, do they want to go Arlet? Do they want to go another EXP that can enable? Can be Flex as well. But hey, Arlet is a hero that, there you go.
Good call.
Good call. And the Moskov. So they're being patient on that Farsa, which I like.
Yeah, because again, they can give it over, and if they do, if Cambodia takes the Farsa here, then Indonesia just says, all right, we'll probably take the Baksha, because they could definitely do a Baksha into the Lancelot, but then it also gives them that solution for dealing with the Farsa here. So I think that's what Cambodia also wants to decide, like, because the Jushin is open. Like, what if they just went with utility, because usually the Jushin is banned out. So Gatacontra seems to be the answer for now. They'll go the CC. We leave the mid lane options for later. Again, Cambodia, if they picked up the Farsa, Indonesia will have an immediate answer for it. So they'll take a Fredrin here. This is interesting, though. The Fredrin comes through, and this will also, this might force Zing on a Harith or something. Yeah. Given the bans here for the gold lane,
Not banned out here, but yeah, I think it's also another bold pick here. The CC was picked up, but then you respond with a Fredrin that's bold. But I like the Gatot Kaca. It anticipates if the Farsa is picked up towards the Indonesia side. So Cambodia, they opted to they're basically forcing Indonesia to you can go pick up the Farsa. They went out and banned the Zushin. Now, Cambodia, I like the Iesf on Cambodia here, honestly. Going up against the Fredrin, the Arlet, I think Iesf is a good response here with immunity, real world manipulation. And you mentioned the Harith. Seems like Indonesia will not let the Harith go to the hands of Zing.
Yeah, they don't let that go. I think at this point, you still ban out the... Gosh, do you want to still ban out a mid lane? Yeah, Farsa was the only one I could think of. I think Indonesia will just go maybe the Aurora, man. Like, I think they'll just pick up the Aurora for Wiseman. Or they could, honestly, they could go Kugura too. Like, they could do a Kugura, but I could see them even opting for a Aurora. They'll go for a Kimmy. It's crazy, man, because Kimmy was slept on for a long time. Like, after she was so popular in like, even back in Riyadh, like, then she kind of dropped off. But the Kimmy, I forgot the Kimmy. The Kimmy with the interaction with the Fredrin works really well. The traction pulls into energy eruption and even the crowd control there. And then think about it. This is a crowd control overload, even with a final slash. So it's like, if it's one of those things where it's like, all right, there's a Lancelot over there. Yeah, he can Thorn Rose. He can puncture around. He can Phantom Execution. But we'll just throw all the crowd control at him so we catch him.
Yeah, overwhelmed CC, definitely, right? Is the player from side of Indonesia. I'm a little bit surprised though. They opted for that DPS magic when they have already a DPS physical. But yeah, we called Yves from the side of Cambodia. It seems like they will lock in that Yves, another good AOE, and they paired it with a Claude. So another hero with a blazing duet that can have a area of effect. Again, great controlling fights if you think about it, right? AOG, RWM, and as well as the blazing duet, a lot of team fight control right there. In Indonesia, seems like, hey, you're good at team fighting. I think we can pick you off one by one. How about that with the Cho pick? In the hands of Weedy as well can be lethal, force you on the purifies as well. So yeah, Indonesia, I like that last pick.
This is a very signature pick for Mr. Witty. We know he loves his Cho. He's going to be very aggressive in the early game, and so you're going to have to, if you're Cambodia, you're going to have to keep track of that and take care of Detective on the Lancelot, that's for sure, because most likely we're going to start in the jungle of Cambodia, at least for Witty. And, you know, we've seen it before where, like, a Cho is enough pressure in the early game to go ahead and set back the early rotations, and that has a potential to snowball out of control here. So for Indonesia, the lineup is crowd control based. You also are playing into the Moskov. Same thing for Cambodia in the sense of you got to wait for the Claw to get online. So both teams will want to be playing to protect their gold lanes, of course. But even so, I think this the Eve and the CC for Cambodia could set things up for a better fight around the early turtles here. So both really good lineups, honestly. And it's come down to match point right now for Indonesia in this grand finals against Cambodia here for Iesf Asian Oceania qualifiers. Will it be a sweep, or will we get to game 3? Can Cambodia do it? Can they take Indonesia, a powerhouse in Mlbb, to game 3? They've already proved it by taking down the Philippines in the previous match in a sweep, and now can they bring it a little bit further here for Indonesia?
Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, grab your snacks and let's enjoy potentially the final game. You can see here, Witty already looking for angles.
Witty, as I was saying, is going to be in that side of the jungle. He'll flicker. Oh, they thought he was going to go direct forward, but they'll pop the Revitalize out. That was a good play. Good way to flicker and, you know, keep them guessing where you're going to go from Witty.
Yeah. Detective almost blundered there inside the turret, but it's actually Zing here, right? With the Claude, able to have a just applying pressure towards Leonardo. Oh, backup is there as well. Gotta be careful there from Leonardo. Still has a flicker though, but yeah, from that exchange, both rovers popped their spell. So that's info already. Let's see here. 30 seconds on the clock for that first neutral objective, and I mean, EXP, nothing too crazy, so I'm guessing both EXP will have level 4 at the same time so far, unless the Fredrin finds a cheeky opening top lane. But yeah, no first blood here, nothing too crazy, but there you go, the setup.
Oh, Wadu. He has the Wadu senses are going, but he pops the Vengeance, but it's 3 dudes from Indonesia able to get the first blood. So a play made up top right before the turtle is exactly what Indonesia wanted to happen. Looking for more. They'll get the flicker out from Opie. Opie dropping down the real world manipulation. This should be an opening, though. Another flicker burned, this time around from Oran. So they'll take this turtle. Boxy taking a couple too many shots. Pops a Revitalize. They're going to fight back anyway. Oh, Oran! Not able to escape that death as Wadu finally gets to revenge, but they could be in trouble as Wadu falls now in this exchange. Are they still going to go for the turtle? Boxy from the front. Detective is healthy enough. He should be able to contest this. Goes in, hits the retry on the turtle. Now can they break out? Do they disengage from the fight as Boxy goes down? Picks up the Sky Piercer too after the kill.
Great spacing, great delay there. Cambodia was able to get that cheeky steal, and it was all because of the delay. Yeah, Indonesia though got the kills. Oh, so aggressive already from the side of Detective. But yeah, great timing, but Indonesia, they got the kill, so technically it's equal. Gold-wise is still favoring Indonesia. It seems like Detective already so invasive now.
Yeah, they're gonna you know, if they want to, they can continue to put pressure on both sides of the map. Honestly, both teams can still pressure each other with their lineups. That's what's so good about them. You know, even if you kind of lose some of the early game a little bit, you don't sacrifice too much. But now in the mid lane, looking for the kick. Witty, not able to get it though, but still, there it is, finally into the real manipulation, but he's all alone. Wiseman and Witty both fall 2 down. Sin will pick up a kill on Opie, but now he falls as well. A great play from Cambodia to answer what Indonesia was trying to do to set up in the mid lane. And so there you have it, Cambodia. Like I said, they have pressure if they want to. They found it there.
Yeah, it seems like Indonesia, they were forcing that fight. It wasn't really favorable to their side. It seems like once they went all in, they gotta take something at least, and it was Opti there. The trade wasn't equal though. 3 members were taken down, so kill wise, Cambodia has equalized. And yeah, 4 minutes in, it's now slow and steady, waiting for that next neutral objective to spawn. And I'm sure Cambodia will definitely contest again. Last time around they did it, they got the steal. Will Indonesia be able to secure this one out?
Well, the fight's gonna break out already. In trouble, AOG gonna be used, OP's already gone, Revitalize is gonna be popped, the Spirit Instruction will land, and Leonardo follows on through. He's able to find Wadu, but they trade it across the board. Wiseman's gone. They're gonna try to chase Detective into the jungle, in between the turrets. A flicker forward, Aran will be able to clean up the kill. So again, body after body fall for Cambodia as Indonesia fights for the turtle, and they'll get it.
They will equalize on that turtle count. So they had 4 more kills as well in the process. Cambodia adding 1, and that's not a good sign here. Zing though is still deathless, so that's the only good sign here from side of Cambodia. Oh, top lane, is that a solo? It will.
How did Aran solo kill Sing?
No purify. Perhaps
Purify.
PMI was used. Yeah.
Man, what a play. Leonardo's gonna be in trouble though now. Oh, he flickers backward. He actually survived it. That's clutch for Leonardo, burning that battle spell. And Witty was there, but again, he'll be able to hold on to the lane. So they can't push this turret in unless Moxie has an idea of his own. Wadu doing a ton of damage here with the CC. So they back off, but I guess the turret's still gonna hold. Actually, they bought enough time. Leonardo's still there. Or Aran trying to join the fight. I'm not sure if he's going to use the final slash. It might just be to go ahead and alleviate some of the pressure here on the bottom side, because look at this also in the jungle. Sin waits, but Detective will be fine. Both junglers having their buffs here.
The retribution battle on that purple. Cambodia takes it, right? Great timing on that retribution, but Leonardo was able to defend his Tier 1 top lane though. Different story for Cambodia. That's the first structure off the board. Indonesia takes it, and again, just applying pressure towards Leonardo seems like is the game plan for Cambodia. Golden Staff already in hand, so makes sense, right? For now, Leonardo, his farm is okay. It's doing good. So slowly but surely here, TLID will move on towards the mid lane. Going on for Wiseman. Gotta be careful. That burning effect can hurt.
Yeah, this is the problem that they've been having though for Cambodia, is mostly just playing into the amount of crowd control that Indonesia has. They're not too far behind though. They're doing a really good job. Even though they lost some of those fights and everything else, like they found good places to go ahead and grab some gold, keep things from getting too out of hand. You know, it's 1.5k ahead for Indonesia right now. So they're in a good fighting position. Both gold laners, by the way, just duking it out on the bottom side. Meanwhile, everybody else here for this last turtle of the game. They're going to force the Revitalize out already. Traction Pulse going to be used. There's the RWM. Witty will go in. Gets the knockup, but still, RWM going to be used. And now, Sin, they're going to face off for this turtle. Indonesia is forced off of it. Now Sin all by himself goes in. Even with the Appraiser's Wrath, won't be able to out-retry Detective. And now Sin falls. A pickup there for a kill for Cambodia and the objective. So Indonesia loses that turtle.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing from that fight was the SOD not landing for Indonesia, and that was the window. Cambodia realizes that, and they went in looking for a fight. They managed to isolate the Fredrin inside the turtle spit, and that was just GG. Unfortunately, the Praises Rat's timing with the retribution wasn't on point. Um, yeah, props to Detective, man. His retribution this game was was clutch and has been clutch. Let's see here again the recovery, because now if you take a look at the economy, it's not that far out for Cambodia. A lot of counterplays definitely, and you got to keep in mind that Zing mid game power spike is definitely there. So Indonesia cannot be too overzealous. Sweetie, I think don't target Yves. I think he is too tunnel vision on targeting the Yves when RWM is available. So now
Yeah.
you can just go target anyone. Just instant burst, and then it will be an instant 5v4. Cambodia looking
Yeah.
for plays bottom side. Uh-oh.
Oh, good play there with the Spear Destruction, because Leonardo got the information. Hey, they're coming down. So he just throws over Spear Destruction. He's fine. So yeah, I kind of agree with you there too. Like Witty has been mostly going for OP. Sometimes it's like, yeah, if the RWM's already there, you're not going to be able to do too much. But if he does catch OP early, that might help. So AOG, RWM all drop down, fighting under the tier 1 turret. Again, he's not able to do too much as that real-world manipulation was already set up. So Indonesia, after losing 2, they'll just go grab the tier 2 turret. Oh, Leonardo. I don't think he's going to be able to escape. Oh, Detective. I don't think he knew that he was actually in there for a second. But now, Leonardo trying to run. They're just going to chase him down, though. So unfortunately, Indonesia's going to lose the gold laner. He did push the tier 2 turret in, but now this is a window for Cambodia to start up the Lord. And Indonesia will go ahead and try to stall this out the best they can. Without Leonardo, though, I'm not sure if this is a fight they really want to take here. Witty's going to be in trouble. Traction Pulse going to be used. He already has to burn the Flicker. So Indonesia on the run, but look at Wadu. Wadu having enough damage, using the current call too. Yo, Blitz, there's the final slash. They're still looking for the damage. The Lord is already slayed, though. As Cambodia gets it, Aran going to be in trouble, trying to rely on the team to help him out, but he falls. Appraiser's Wrath going to be used from Sin. He'll just crash on forward, cutting them off. Oh, Zing taking a couple shots. Whoa, Leonardo. I'm not sure what happened there for Cambodia, but they took a little bit too many hits, and now they're trying to back off, it looks like, for both.
It was bullseye from Leonardo, but yes, Cambodia was able to get that Lord in time, and now they have pressure, they have prio. Indonesia, suddenly they lost control. But we saw from that mid-fight earlier on, like 2 minutes ago, I believe, the AOE party, right? RWM, AOG under the turret, blazing duet, and 2 members of Indonesia was trapped there. They gotta wait for the respawn timers. There are a couple of members from Indonesia, but now the Lord is still the first Lord, mind you, so not too impactful. It is going to be cleared out, no problem, but OP has a Divine Glaive, so even if you have MR from the side of Indonesia, the magic will still, you can feel the magic.
Oh, Aran. He'll go down. It's Indonesia on the back foot now. Just like they've been before, Cambodia has this lead, and they'll continue to punish. Holy Shields are still going to be up. Sin jumps in with the Energy Eruption, but RWM is just proven to be a nuisance for Indonesia. As Cambodia takes out that Holy Shield, and now they're working the mid-tier 2. Looking to take down more here. What can Indonesia do to hold on to the base turrets? Enough pressure being put already. Wise Man takes a couple shots and still trying to hold again. Leonardo's up, and there's a blazing dude on the backside from Zing. Zing will find Leonardo, and Aran gets back to the base. Witty with the kick. He'll be able to find Opie. They lose the base turret, but look how much damage is being put out from Cambodia. Right now, Indonesia does not have an answer.
Yeah, I mean, the Yves has the power spike. Detective has power spike as well. And I believe Claude definitely has that Wind of Nature in hand as well. So it is going to be nasty. See, endless battle for Detective. That's true damage in hand. So you can't really discount the damage coming from that Lancelot. And Indonesia now struggling to find the equalizer still. They're just behind 3K gold lead. So it could have been worse. One base turret down though, so they got to keep things in check in that top lane area. Luckily for them, Lord will spawn in the top lane area, so you can't really play around the far lane. And Leonardo, different impact here in game 2. He's struggling to deal damage, to find the right openings here, not like when he is on the 1-1 earlier on. But props to Cambodia, man, keeping things tight, keeping things very direct as well. And Retribution hasn't really been going for Sin. Let's see though, the Lord rather, who will get it.
Oh, they're gonna fight for Witty in trouble. Oh, Thorn Rose able to pick up the kill, and now Aran trying to save some time here. Lord's still going to be worked on by Cambodia, but they fall. Boxy is quite low, but Indonesia on the retreat. They lose 3. It's Wiseman and Leonardo, but Leonardo is pushing the bot side. He's going to join with the Spear of Destruction. It does land. He's able to go ahead and clear out the waves, but now he's in trouble. Pops the Wind of Nature. He picks up Detective. That was a huge play. The idea was to push into the base on bottom, but he got the call to Spear of Destruction back into the fight and actually saved the game from ending.
Wow, what a clutch. As I say, Leonardo was struggling to deal damage. He pulls off that play. And now, because 2 members are technically off the board for Cambodia, Lord is favoring the side of Indonesia with 5 members in play. Let's see, will they be able to pull it off? Because Cambodia, they have spells.
Oh, that was, again,
what?
Just a massive win for Indonesia on the defense. It led them to this, getting the Lord. So the pendulum will swing in their favor now. So Cambodia, all the work they've done, you can't discount it yet. They still have a ton of possibility to go ahead and defend this push with the Lord. Remember, their team fighting has been great for Cambodia. Their damage profile is amazing. And so even with an Eve and everything else in the Claude, they should be relatively fine on the defense here. Now, this is a big question. What does Indonesia do to find a potential pick? They don't have this mid turret down just yet, but they do have the Lord making its way down bottom.
Cambodia is forcing the defense, but no, I think they will let this tier 1 go. They will defend their tier 2 though. That's a great taunt. And Sin, very low, but the immortality AOG spent.
Oh, immortality will be popped here. You gotta be careful once again. Without that, Revitalize already going to use. Oh, in the backside, Leonardo goes in. He pops his Wind of Nature first. He has enough damage. He takes out Zing, but will go down to Wadu after the Vengeance was popped. So it's a trade here, the 1 for 2. But that might be enough for Cambodia to stay in and clear things out with this Lord.
Definitely, man. And luckily, Zing was caught out there, because if Zing wasn't traded, it will be Cambodia just taking the control back to their side. Ladies and gentlemen, 16 minutes. Officially, this is the longest game today. So, yeah, again, just grab your snacks, folks. Indonesia now still holding on. They aren't able to capitalize on that Lord push. Unfortunately, there were 2 tunnel vision on that tier 2, and it seems like Cambodia, they could sniff the setup in that mid. Something was off, so great response from Cambodia.
It's a crazy thing here, again, is the back and forth between these 2 teams. Like I said, Cambodia has improved so much since we've seen them over the course of the years here, especially even here in Iesf, the different iterations of Cambodia that we've seen representing the country. This is an amazing performance so far today, you know, sweeping Philippines, and now here going toe-to-toe with the Indonesia team. They're going to go in. Conceal going to be used. Sin should be able to get out. Traction Pulse going to pull in Wadu, though. Pops the Vengeance and Leonardo. He goes down. They lose a ton of damage. Now Witty, is he going to be able to clean up anything? They know that without Leonardo, they're going to be in trouble. Wadu jumping on forward. Aran might not have a choice but to sacrifice himself to buy time. And Indonesia are looking at a potential Game 3 here against Cambodia after losing Leonardo. Can they hold this wave to bay? Oh, Detective jumps on in. Witty will go ahead and clear out the waves. He's going to keep it together the best he can. They're holding it in. Wiseman pops to win a crown. He's got to clear out that last cannon minion, but he won't be able to do it. And Cambodia will take us to a game 3.
Wow, what a performance from Cambodia. Even when they got pressured in that early, it seems like they were able to stay composed this time round. And man, Leonardo, that positioning is so unfortunate inside the real world manipulation, and that was just completely instantly punished by Detective and Oppie. Indonesia, they played a very, very well early game, I have to say, even though they lose out on a couple of turtles. But here, again, just the targeting wasn't optimal from the side of Indonesia. And it was actually the opposite from Cambodia, where they were able to find the right connections. They were patient. That was a solo kill, by the way, by Iran. But this is the AOE party. RW, MAOG, and Blazing Duets. After that fight, it was Indonesia mostly being on the back foot. Again, just no angles, no way for Indonesia to penetrate through. And Cambodia keeping things tight. Here, the Moskov made a gamble, taking the turret and clearing the waves. SOD perfectly timed there, clearing the waves. Wind of Nature, Detective went down, and that gave them a breather. But after this was very unfortunate again. Leonardo got the trade, but really got taken down. So again, Cambodia was semi-controlling it. But take a look at the positioning here from Leonardo. So unfortunate, immobilized, bursted down both by magic and physical damage. And of course, it was just overwhelming. And this was a two-man defense. They weren't able to pull it off. Cambodia was just too clean in game 2. 18 minutes almost.
Yep.
Cambodia, what a showing, man. What a recovery after game 1. Game 2 seems like Boxy. Hey, Weedy, you got 19 assists. Game 1. What about 20, sir?
What about 20? He won up them, man.
Yeah.
But again, Cambodia, I've been saying it since we saw them in the previous match. Actually, even in the previous days, it's like this is again one of the best versions of Cambodia. Again, they're from CFU Gaming. These guys are very experienced veterancy players, and they just seem to have figured out a synergy that works really well with them. Again, I mean, it's essentially CFU Gaming versus TLID, right? An iteration of that. And, they're able to go ahead and do this and go toe-to-toe with some of the best teams, just like previously, against Philippines. And so that's something to be said there. And honestly, like, this is what we would want, Gani. I know, we get this grand finals and it's only a best of 3. We want the 3 games. It's been very back and forth between both Cambodia and Indonesia. And so what better way to have it? Hopefully we get the same thing here for game 3. So I can't wait to see it, man. I can't wait to see what eventually for game 3 we get to, especially now that we've seen 2 versions of compositions, to work for both teams here. So for me, I just got to say, Gani, it's been really impressive from Cambodia.
Man, I think impressive is an understatement. They have been just impeccable, man. But yeah, that was enough to take us to game 3. So nice. So I'm excited to see what will happen later.
I can't wait. We're going to be taking another short break, about 3 minutes or so. So hold tight. We'll be back for game 3 after this. It's game number 3 ahead of us here after the short break. Once again, I'm Nisu, and this is Gani. We're here to bring you the very final game for tonight. This is the grand finals. It's the fight for first and second place here, the Asian Oceania qualifiers between Indonesia and Cambodia. And we've seen some very impressive things from Cambodia up to this point. I don't know, Gani. I said earlier on, you know, sometimes our current meta is a coin flip. And honestly, for this one, it might be that, you know? So,
yeah.
Because both, like, there was a time when you could just say, yeah, Philippines and Indonesia. You know, like, that was like, there was a time when it was like
Fair
that.
enough.
But the time is over. That time is over. Every single team around the world has slowly improved, some more than others, some nations more than others. I'll tell you what, Cambodia is one of those that have just gotten so much better.
Yeah, definitely. And we got to see like Malaysia. Hey, you're back, nice. You went black a bit, but hey, you're back. But enough talk here, enough yap, nice. Let's just jump to our final drafts of our Iesf Mlbb for men, and it will be Indonesia on the blue side. It has been blue side winning the games here for our final game. So is it just GG's question mark, Nisu?
I don't know, man. It's weird because blue side is in a weird position where like blue side has statistically been doing pretty well in a lot of the different leagues and the tournaments and everything else. So that's one thing. I think the biggest part of it is what are they prioritizing? Like if you're on blue side, what are you going for? Right now, it looks like they're trying to keep the YSS open.
Same.
Never mind, they ban it out.
Same game one. This is like almost a team
Do they
redraft.
just want the 1-1? Or are they going to force Cambodia to actually ban the 1-1? If they do, then maybe they just take the Baksha.
That's the thing. Game one, Cambodia banned the Baksha last ban, right? So I think they're now discussing. But I feel like if Indonesia, if the Baksha went through, I think Indonesia will prioritize the Baksha. But if Cambodia went the same route as they did in game one, banning the Baksha out, perhaps it will be Leonardo on that 1-1 again. Let's see, Cambodia taking their time here, so they're really
trying to
thinking
decide,
here.
man, if they want to or not. Like, let it go through or not. Because if it doesn't...
There you go.
Oh.
There you
Is
go.
this just going to be a 1-1 then? Like, does this...
I think the Baksha, bro.
bro.
Oh, again, so okay.
It's open, man. Leonardo went like, what, 12-0?
And 6.
12-0-6 on the first game. So, you know, so maybe Cambodia's decision was like, yeah, let's just not give them Matilda, you know, so that at least that isn't there for the 1-1 like it was previously.
No, Flask of the Oasis plus favor combination from that Matilda. Now, Cambodia, what do they go for here?
Parsophobius, maybe?
Parsophobius is still on the board. Don't forget the Baksha now is also open. Is it really... I mean, we saw Cambodia, what they did to the Philippines with the Baksha. So the Baksha is definitely in their arsenal. They will lock in the Phobius first, though, and the Baksha. So, yeah, they want a strong hero in that EXP. And mind you, Iran played a mean Phobius in that first game. So they're technically killing 2 birds with 1 stone, denying that hero towards Iran.
The picks are coming quick. You know, they know the game plan. They know how they want to play this. There's the Harith. So you got your both gold laners locked in. XP as well. And then the Baksha could be flexed. Like, we don't 100% know if it's going to be into the jungle, of course, or if it's going to be in the roam. But just to go ahead and think about what Indonesia could do here, jungle-wise, because it's, again, you're in a situation where Cambodia also banned out that Matilda just so that, again, they don't think about going the alpha Matilda route. I don't think this is one of those games where you want to pick up a alpha if you're Indonesia. I think we could see them go something else. But what is left open? Unless they go, I don't think they do a Kai. I'm trying to think if they still go utility. I know Fred and Akai are still usually there because we see a lot of these jungle bans coming out. If they went with the alpha, it could work. Without the Matilda, it's just a little bit more difficult because, you know, once you spear of alpha in, you don't necessarily have that option to get out, and you know that you're gonna need that disengage against even these first 3 picks that Cambodia has.
Okay. So they're definitely taking their time here.
Oh,
It's
there's
going to be still the alpha band out. So Cambodia doesn't really want to deal with the nonsense here. No alpha.
What else could they go for? Oh, it's a good band. The Angela band comes through. That's a solid choice, because that's what I was thinking.
I'm back.
You're back. See, it's okay. We're both dealing with it, man.
Exactly. And fun fact, it has stopped raining, so hopefully it will get better soon. What about you? How's Manila?
It's raining in Manila, man. Raining in Manila. Yeah, it's still raining.
Okay. So yeah, first pick in the second phase, Cambodia. What will they go for here? They have it. Okay, no Farsa. Again, yeah, I think.
Ooh.
Oh no, Valentina. Yeah,
Valentina.
The AOG.
Yep.
Wow.
It was a good pick against Philippines, right? I mean, that's what we saw Opie do. He took the Last Insanity a couple times, Feathered Airstrike a couple times. So looking to do the same thing here. I'm just not sure what ultimate you're really going to go for. Maybe right now the AOG, or also it's just in a sense that if they take like the Eve, for example, then we'll have our own real-world manipulation. You know, like we'll have our own whatever the mid lane is going to be for Indonesia. Aurora, maybe they go Aurora here. I'm not sure though, because again, now you have to consider what you want to take because of the Valentina is across from you. So, whoa, Lilia coming through, and a Hanzo.
Oh, the Hanzo.
Indonesia's going with the swerve for game 3.
Oh wow, seems like they want to just be aggressive, man. With the Lilia, it allows you to be aggressive, go, maybe dive turrets, and then pop the black shoes. Mind you, the Valentina can take that away, but a lot of AoE from that Gatot Kacha and as well as the Lilia as well. Hopefully, it will be enough, though, to buy time for that 1-1 to farm. And then lock in. We saw what I think number 6 game 1 where Leonardo suddenly gets a double, and that was really enough to get the ball rolling for them. But will it be the same this time around? Oh, Cambodia, the Badong, man, a hero that can cancel you mobility wise, skill wise. So yeah, I think Cambodia, it's a tougher draft now if you compared game 1 going up against 1-1. So great adjustments coming from Cambodia.
Okay. Indonesia's composition's a little weird to me, man. Like,
yeah,
the Hanzo, a 1-1 and a Lilia, like the CC and Gatakacha are fine. Like, that's not weird to me. But like,
yeah,
this is a curveball lineup. I'm fine with it though. I'm happy to see it because again, it's where the meta currently is. Like, this can work. This can also give you a pretty good advantage in the early game if you're able to capitalize on it. Lilia also had a little baby buff in our little minor patch that we just had here recently, where it's like, if I remember right, she gets a little more spell vamp now on her glooms. So nothing too crazy there. But essentially this composition from Indonesia is going to take some finesse to make it work. But it might be really cool too to see it come to fruition. Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand finals here. We're down to the very last game. It's a best of 3, and we've made it all the way to game 3 between Indonesia and Cambodia. It's been one hell of a match in series so far. It's been back and forth. Whose game will it be for game number 3? Again, fighting for that first place spot right now to finish things out for the Mlbb men's Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifier.
Let's see who finally deserves to take the game, the match, and the Southeast Asia champion, technically, right? With this lineup, and let's see. Okay, they went for interesting, right? The Weapon Master, the PYT as well. More Inspire, so aggressive here from Leonardo with this Inspire. Even though you see a Dong, seems like he doesn't care. He does not care. Very different from Zing, where he opted to purify here.
Yep.
So yeah, a lot of tenacities as well on the board.
Yeah, they're gonna need those. I think part of this too is again, when you look at Cambodia's lineup, this is like the most standard, you know, that we're used to seeing. I think it's maybe aside from the Valentina, like you don't see the Valentina too much anymore currently, but it worked great for them previously. So just wondering what ultimate you want to take. There's the Vengeance being popped by Aran. They're gonna jump in though. They're gonna be able to go in. Do they have the Soul Sever? It looks like they don't. Sin using it, but this is the response from Cambodia. They're going to go ahead and jump on forward, even using their own battle spells and everything else thrown at him. Detective does fall, but also Witty, a trade though. The 2-for-2 across both sides. That's exactly how the whole series has been.
Wow, this is why you can see the Lilia is such a value pick here in this game. It was to counter those sort of shenanigans, right? The Baxia, the Badang, the Phobias just clumping in the Lilia will get so much value from her skills. And you can see already Indonesia just taking control in the river and the turtle. And they will disengage from a fight. Gotta be careful here, Cambodia. When clumped up, they gotta make sure that the Lilia either isn't around or doesn't have her skills. Because if not, it's just going to be a Lilia party, a gloom party for Indonesia.
I'd join that party, man. Gloom party. I'd dance around the glooms, you know? Like, the floor is lava, basically. Here comes Sin, though.
Lava.
Boxy is there. Things should be fine. Again, you're not going to have that much damage just yet on the Hanzo. One of the great things about it, and that Soul Sever especially... Oh, here's the response. Detective jumping in. They got the information from that. Ooh. There's the AOG from Opie as he took that. So Sin is gone. A great use of the IMU from Opie. You know, he's one of the most versatile Valentinas I've seen. And Opie made it work, but that's what I was going to say. Hanzo doesn't really have that damage early on. But even if he struggles in the early game and he gets the few items, I think it's like Trinity as well for Hanzo, really for him to pop off. Like, he's able to get a kill, you know, and that's one of the threats of Hanzo later on.
And it's going to be very disgusting. Let's see here. It seems like they want to fight again.
They're going again. Detective is tanky enough with the Soul Sever, and they will pick it up. Detective gone. Black Shoe's going to be used. Revitalize as well. Boxy joining the fight, and he goes on back. So that's what I'm talking about. At some point, Hanzo is able to go ahead and do enough damage to soften things up. I'm wondering what items we have here, too. You can see a couple being picked up by Indonesia. Corrosion Scythe now for Leonardo. With the turtle coming up here shortly, let's see how they rotate into this. They want to go ahead and grab their buffs first, though.
Taking their time here. Very important thing to note as well. The usage of Shield Unity earlier. When the info... the ninja is already used up, the Shield Unity can target and look for the real body of that Hanzo. So you gotta make sure someone, either Witty or perhaps Aran, is there to provide the peel, provide the cover, because that AOG will land to the real body of that Hanzo. And there you go. There goes the AOG.
Jumping in again, just forcing Indonesia back here onto the fight, and look at that. Zamet Force already going to be dropped. Zing unleashing on Indonesia. They're going to be able to pick up another kill as Witty falls. A double for Zing. Now Wiseman on the run, but hey, Cambodia, they fought for that turtle, and they'll get the second one.
Not a good side here. The second turtle will fall at the hands of Cambodia. It seems like the mid-game here will be theirs. And it's going to take some time for Indonesia to reset here, waiting for Leonardo to be online. Especially Leonardo was picked up as well. Sin is again just targeted bottom side.
Yeah, he wanted to farm up, but he's going to be in trouble now. They know the weak point of a Hanzo. They'll take it as Cambodia gets an easy kill down bot. Oh, whoa, Leonardo though. He didn't go. I was going to say, did he go 1v1? But he didn't. He was able to get the kill on Zing. He needed to, though, because Zing on this Harith, we've seen him. He's a monster on it, and if he scales up too quickly, it's going to be a problem even more for Indonesia. So they find themselves, you know, just a bit of behind. They are going to get this turret, though, down. So Indonesia doing work across the map. Cambodia answers with a bottom turret tier 1.
Yeah, mind you, Leonardo did not use the crossbow with Tang, so a lot of setup was used. Zing no purify, so that's gonna be info. Will Indonesia capitalize on the spell not active yet, or will they take it slow here? All 5 spells are up here for Indonesia, so they are at an advantage here, technically, if they do want to fight.
Yeah, Detective was going for that body. Witty, gonna be in trouble. Has to jump out with the AOG defensively, so Opie, once again, he'll hold on to his own avatar, the Guardian, and he's been able to use it really well so far. So Sin finally picks up the Golden Staff. Should be the second item, I believe, that he has. Not sure what he rushed, but the turtle is coming up, and that's why eventually Sin is also going to be able to do enough damage to like the tankier members of Cambodia. And once he does that, and like that might be the Malefic Roar eventually, that's where it gets a little bit in trouble, a little dicey for Cambodia. Right now, though, Moxie's going to have to run away from this. Fist crack, fist break combo. There's AOG from Opie! Good pressure, good response from Cambodia. And now Witty also feeling the wrath here, saying we'll pick up a kill. They lose 2 with a fight for the turtle. Sin trying to do what he can, but Detective will be able to secure the turtle, and Indonesia looks to be losing another. As Sin falls to, man, Cambodia will get everything they want.
They're in shambles, man. You can see the items starting to pile up for Cambodia. Almost on, I think it's, yeah. Okay, this is scary. Zing is on his way towards Holy Crystal, and Bloodwing's already collected for Uppy. So more survivability, but also, mind you, there's magic power in that item as well. So the poke damage from Uppy, Indonesia will feel that poke. And yeah, again, just all objectives right now taken care of. Turrets, turtles, and as well as the purple buff. Now, top lane, they want more action.
Well, Sin wants to go for that, but again, Sing is fine. Just pops a Zaman Force. He's like, yeah, I can take this, you know? Sin's not that much of a threat yet because he's got, I saw it now, he's got Corrosive Scythe and Golden Staff. That's about all he's got, so it's going to be a little bit longer before that Hanzo really becomes a threat. Witty, though, is feeling the threat of 3 from Cambodia. He'll have to jump out again. We've seen this so often, man. I mean, it feels unfortunate, Gandhi, when you're the Garakacha, but you're the one jumping defensively with your AOG, but then Opie's using it offensively.
Such a, yeah, that's a shame. They want to fight again.
Oh, under the turret they want to fight. They're going to put the pressure here already. Detective Opie and Wadu. As Zing jumps in under the turret. This is a fight they want to take. Sin just waiting to watch on the offside here. Goes in with a Soul Sever, but just doesn't have enough damage or stacks. So Cambodia takes out Witty. They'll take out the tier 1 turret.
Yeah.
Once again, that's 3 turrets down. Cambodia is in charge.
They just know how to utilize their drafts, man. And so far, they have been building more items. So they're confident in taking more fights. They're confident in taking more pickoffs as well. And Indonesia, without their mid turret, now that is a threat. That is concerning for Indonesia. Now, their vision will be limited. Their rotation will be limited. In Cambodia, they will have more to play around with. Radiant armor already built up by Phobius and Badang, so the damage from Lilia will slightly be negated. The Lord is still going to be the first Lord, and seems like Indonesia, they understand that they do not have enough firepower to even contest. So, yeah, they are sending the 1-1 top lane, but Sin, a little too ambitious perhaps. AOG.
Deleted, basically. You know, you don't even get to withstand anything. So that's the Lord now for Cambodia. Yes, there was a bit of a push from Leonardo up top, but you know, now they got to get ready for this defense, and it's not looking too hot, man. You know, it's a few thousand gold ahead for Cambodia, but it's mostly the lineup. The lineup is just shutting down this Hanzo experiment, I want to call it. But even so, I think for this lineup to work from Indonesia, you need plenty of time. It's rather expensive when you think about this. So what they need that gold distribution to be like here. So Lord is making its way slowly up top. There's still the tier 2 turrets though available. So I don't think this is a game-winning push for Cambodia this early on, unless something goes drastically wrong for Indonesia's defense. They do have pretty good wave clear though. Here's the conceal. Again, I think it's just to go ahead and put a threat to get these tier 2 turrets down, but they are going to wait. It was a flicker, though, from Wiseman. So for now, Cambodia waits for that push.
Seems like they're taking it slow here, Cambodia. They will wait, and perhaps they might rely on Boxy's initiation with the flicker, or Oppi's with the AOG. That he might steal. They're taking a lot of damage.
The damage is starting to get there for the Hanzo, but still, Zing's going to be fine with his Almond Force. They're going to force a fight. There's the crossbow of Tang, though, into the Revitalize. Detective now, the front of it. Oh, and a flicker forward from Boxy. But they're fighting in between two turrets. Is this really where they want to be? Sin will go in with a Soul Sever. He finally takes out Sing. And now they're forcing him back a little bit further. Another fist crack, fist break. And looking for more. But now there's the dunks from Wadu. The Infernal Pursuit. It's Sin and Wiseman left alone as a tier 2 will fall. But ultimately, Indonesia showing a little bit of fight here despite being down 5,000 gold.
A little bit iffy there from side of Cambodia, but it could have gone worse. The opening from Boxy and Oppi wasn't really clean, but because of their economy lead, I feel like they were able to still clinch that fight out. 3 members were out of the board from Indonesia, so that allowed Cambodia some breathing room after a very, very I'd say not convincing opening for that fight. So yeah, Indonesia's still holding on, but still they need to, they got a lot of work to do. Just trying to control the mid here, I believe, by Sino, taking a lot of, giving a lot of damage as well. But what they need to do here and what they need to be careful of is the openings and the positioning of Zing, because Zing can surprise you. Even though he's rocking the Purify, that Shaman Force jump. Exactly. This is what I'm telling you.
Black Shoe's going to be used. Again, Sing just goes forward. He just got the Divine Glaive, and that's why he's doing so much damage. There's so much magic penetration there at this point. So that's a kill for Cambodia, and that's going to be a Lord most likely too. Because without Wiseman, there's not much contestation you can do here.
I think even with Wiseman, not really much that the Hanzo can do, and it will be a clean Lord. Yeah, as I say, right, this jump from that Shaman Force can be lethal. It caught Wiseman right there, and yeah, they will have to defend this again. Now, Indonesia, let's take a look at the inventory here. Just 4K between them, so definitely have counterplay. If Cambodia is overzealous, if they went a little bit too offside here, I'm sure Indonesia will capitalize now. Mind you, spells is okay for Oppi and Boxy, so a lot of opening possibility for Cambodia to use with this Lord push. Got to be careful not to clumped up for Indonesia as well, because the Shaman Force AoE is definitely a threat.
Yep. So at this point, it's how does Indonesia manage these waves? How do they manage the push in? And have they gotten themselves enough items, you know, on especially for Leonardo? We already saw the pressure from that Sin can actually pop out on the Hanzo now. But with that, there's going to be a conceal. He gets immediately sent back to his body. Cambodia just crashing in on him. You can already see, too, Oppi jumps on in with the AOG right on mark from Wiseman. Ooh. Under the turret they go. There's the crossbow of Tang. Popped off from Leonardo, though. Vengeance already going to be played. There's a fist crack, fist break combo that from Boxy. They'll finally get the base turret. Now Sin has to go back to the base. Wadu, though, jumping on in with the Infernal Pursuit. He'll keep them at bay. So far, it's only Wiseman that's down for Indonesia. They should be able to clear this out, but Iran goes down. Zing again on this Harith, just having a phenomenal game. Picks up another kill. That's 2 base turrets down, and Cambodia says, that's it. Let's get back and reset.
Wow, how can you stop Zing, man? Let's take a look at the items, already full items as well. Concentrated energy, just to have that extra oomph as well. And yeah, even without the concentrated energy, it was really tough for Indonesia to take Zing down. Now with the concentrated energy, it just adds more layers on, hey, how do you take this Harith down? And it seems like they want to fight.
Oh, they do. Wiseman gonna be in trouble. Just gone in an instant. Deleted. But now Cambodia running it down mid. Zaman Force and the AOG from Opie again for the nth time. Sets things up. The detective gets a double. Sin trying to hold his own, trying to clear out the waves, but they're going to be locking on the base. Cambodia sees the victory in sight, but the waves were cleared. They still have the mid wave pushing in. Wadu's gone though. And now still fighting Leonardo. If he can get the airtime he needs to get the crossbow of Tang, but Zing will just log onto the base, and Cambodia does it in Game 3. They'll win against Indonesia 2-1.
The reverse sweep was unstoppable. That was their main agenda after losing Game 1, and Cambodia did their task. Their draft was great. Again, their execution was just perfect. Congratulations, Cambodia, for winning the grand finals.
And again, they get the, this is the battle for the first place, so they get the first place, and Indonesia's going to be in second. And just to remind everyone, Myanmar is third, and Philippines got fourth here today in our final day of Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers for the men's matches. What a series we had. I mean, I was hoping that it would end this way, Gani. We had so many sweeps in the past few days.
True.
And then even surprised that the last one was not a 3-game series between Philippines and Cambodia, but maybe that momentum is what Cambodia was riding on into this series even against Indonesia. Not to say, Indonesia did, I believe they swept Myanmar, but just something different here about this Cambodia lineup. And, for Indonesia, again, I think some of this was an interesting draft choice with the Wanwan, Lilia, and Hanzo. It was tested. It was at some point, too, that it started to show some of that presence, some of that damage output, especially with the Hanzo. But I don't know, man. The Lilia just wasn't able to get away. Once that flicker was gone, and maybe you can't black shoes, you're done,
Yeah, it was so easy for Cambodia to catch Wiseman off guard, and this was the final push. 3 members of Indonesia really tried. Wadu was caught, but it was not enough. The 4-man offense was still a little bit too much there, as Zing was just locking down towards the main base. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, what a story, all right? First game, it was 16 minutes as well. I mean, no, second was it. I believe we got a 16-minute game in the grand finals as well. But Indonesia wasn't able to find the momentum after that first game win. Cambodia, on the other hand, they were able to do so. Take a look at the items, man. We mentioned that Zing was just already a nuisance without the concentrated energy. And add the concentrated energy, it was just 10 times harder to take Zing down unless you have enough burst, which when Wiseman or when Lilia was out of the picture, Zing was just partying in that Shaman Force area. So yeah, Indonesia wasn't able to find the defense, wasn't able to find the win. But man, you're right. Cambodia is a scary team. They defeated 2-0 Philippines to 1 Indonesia, and it seems like nothing is stopping them from winning, bro. Wow.
Just it was amazing for Cambodia to see this again. Hopefully they can take what they experienced here and what they were able to accomplish here and bring it into their own regional competitions that will be going on and everything else. Because again, Cambodia is always a team. These are always players that you really want to look out for and always pay attention to. They have so much experience, and it really shows. It really shows. And I think, again, I'm going to stand by the saying that I said that I think this is the best version or iteration of Cambodia or CFU gaming that we've seen in a long time. So hopefully they continue to get to bring it to the table, against teams like this, because that's, I mean, think about it. They beat Philippines and Indonesia today, so definitely something they can be proud of. So congratulations to Cambodia. Congratulations to the players over there, of course, and CFU Gaming for making it happen. It was a great day to end out the Mlbb Men's Asian Oceania qualifiers for ISF. We hope you guys enjoyed the games. We do have more for you guys. That's going to be the women's games, though. But this, like I said, does finish off the men's here. So sit tight for that. Again, it's been me, Naisu, and Gani to bring you the action for the past couple of days, and you'll still get to see us, of course, for the women's matches ahead of us too. So don't worry, Iesf will be back with more games in the days to come. Thank you guys so much. We hope you have a great evening or day wherever you're watching from, and we'll see you in the next stream.